Canto 67 to 69 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph G. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 67. The Praise of Kings. That night of sorrow passed away, and rose again the god of day. Then all the twice-born peers of state together met for high debate. Javali, lord of mighty fame, and Gautam and Kaityavan came, and Markandeya's reverend age, and Vamadev, glorious sage, sprung from Mudgala's Sita one, the other ancient Kashyap's son. With lesser lords these Brahmans each spoke in his turn his several speech, and turning to Vasistha best of household priests him thus addressed. The night of bitter war has passed, which seemed 100 years to last. Our king, in sorrow for his son, reunion with the five has won. His soul is where the blessed are, while Rama roams in woods afar, and Lakshman, bright in glorious deeds, goes where his well-loved brother leads. And Bharat and Satrughna they, who smite their foes in battle fray, far in the realm of Keka stay, where their maternal grandsire's care keeps Rajagriha's city fair. Let one of old Ikshaku's race obtain this day the sovereign's place, or havoc and destruction straight our kingless land will devastate. In kingless lands no thunder's voice, no lightning reads the heart rejoice, nor does Parjania's heavenly rain descend upon the burning plain. Where none is king, the sower's hand casts not the seed upon the land. The son against the father strives, and husbands fail to rule their wives. In kingless realms no princes call their friends to meet in crowded hall. No joyful citizens resort to garden trim or sacred court. In kingless realms no twice-born care to sacrifice with text and prayer. Nor Brahmans who their vows maintain the great solemnities ordain. The joys of happier days have ceased, no gathering, festival or feast. Together calls the merry throng, delighted with the play and song. In kingless lands it never is well with sons of trade who buy and sell. No man who pleasant tales repeat delight the crowd with stories sweet. In kingless realms we never behold young maidens decked with gems and gold, flock to the gardens blithe and gay to spend their evening hours in play. No lover in the flying car rides with his love to woods afar. In kingless lands no wealthy swain who keeps the heart and reaps the grain lies sleeping, blessed with ample store, securely near his open door. Upon the royal roads we see no tusked elephant roaming free, of 60 years whose head and neck sweet tinkling bells of silver deck. We hear no more the glad applause when his strong bow its rival draws, no clap of hands, no eager cries that cheer each martial exercise. In kingless realms no merchant bands who travel forth to distant lands with precious wares their wagons load, and fear no danger on the road. No sage secure in self-control, brooding on God with mind and soul, in lonely wanderings finds his home, wherever at eve his feet may roam. In kingless realms no man is sure he holds his life and wealth secure. In kingless lands no warrior smite the foeman's host in glorious fight. In kingless lands the wise no more, well trained in Scripture's holy law, in shady groves and gardens meet to argue in their calm retreat. No longer in religious fear do they who pious vows revere bring dainty cakes and wreaths of flowers as offerings to the heavenly powers. No longer, bright as trees in spring, shine forth the children of the King, resplendent in the people's eyes with aloe wood and sandal dyes. A brook where water once has been, a grove where grass no more is green, kind with no husband's guiding hand, so wretched is a kingless land. The car its waving banner rears, banner of fire the smoke appears. Our king, the banner of our pride, a god with gods is glorified. In kingless lands no law is known, and none may call his wealth his own. Its praise on each from hour to hour, as fish the wake of feast devour. Then fearless artists overleap the bounds of right the godly keep, and when no royal powers restrain preeminence and lordship gain, as in the frame of man the eye keeps watch and ward, a careful spy, the monarch in his wide domains protects the truth, the right maintains. He is the right, the truth is he, their hopes in him the well-born see. On him his people's lives depend, mother is he and sire and friend. The world were veiled in blinding night, and none could see or know aright, ruled there no king in any state, the good and ill to separate. We will obey thy word and will, as if our king were living still, as keeps his bounds the faithful sea, so we observe thy high decree. O best of Brahmins, first in place, our kingless land lies desolate. Some scion of Ikshaku's race do thou as monarch consecrate. Canto 68. The Envoys. Vasishtha heard their speech and prayer, and thus addressed the concourse there, friends, Brahmins, counsellors, and all, assembled in the palace hall. Ye know that Bharat, free from care, still lives in Rajagriha where the father of his mother reigns. Shatrugna by his side remains. Let active envoys go that need, thither on fleetest horses speed, to bring the hero youths away, why waste the time in dull delay? Quick came from all the glad reply, Vasishtha, let the envoys fly. He heard their speech, and thus renewed his charge before the multitude. Nandan, Asok, Siddharth, attend, your ears, Jayanta, Vijaya lend. Be yours what need requires to do. I speak these words to all of you. With coursers of the fleetest breed, to Rajagriha's city speed. Then rid your bosoms of distress, and Bharat does from me address. The household priest and peers by us send health to thee and greet thee does. Come to thy father's home with haste, thine absent time no longer waste. But speak no word of Rama fled, tell not the prince his sire is dead, nor to the royal youth the fate that ruins Raghu's race relate. Go quickly hence, and with you bear fine silken vestures rich and rare, and gems and many a precious thing, as gifts to Bharat and the king. With ample stores of food supplied, each to his home the envoys hied, prepared with steeds of swiftest race, to Kaika's land their way to trace. They made all due provision there, and every need arranged with care. Then ordered by Vasishtha they went forth with speed upon their way. Then northward of Pralamba west of Apartala on they pressed, crossing the Malini that flowed with gentle stream outward the road. They traversed Ganga's holy waves, where she Hastinapur laves. Thence to Panchala westward fast, through Kurujangal's land they passed. On their coast the envoys held, by urgency of task impelled. Quick glancing at each lucid flood, and sweet lake gay with flower and bud, beyond they passed unwearied over, where glad birds fill the flood and shore of Saradanda racing fleet, with heavenly water clear and sweet. Thereby a tree celestial grows, which every boon a prayer bestows. To its blessed shade they humbly bent, then to Kalinga's town they went. Then having passed the warriors' wood, in Avikala next they stood. Over sacred smṛti came, their ancient king's ancestral claim. They saw the learned Brahman stand, its drinking from his hallowed land. And through Bahika journeying still, they reached at length Sudaman's hill. There Vishnu's footstep turned to see, Bipasa viewed and Salmali. And many a lake and river met, tank, pool, and pond and rivulet. And lions saw, and tigers near, and elephants and herds of deer. And still by prompt obedience led, along the ample road they sped. Then, when their course, so swift and long, had worn their steeds, though fleet and strong, to Giriraja's splendid town, they came by night and lighted down. To please their master and to guard the royal race, the lineal right, the envoys, spent with riding hard, to that fair city came by night. Canto 69. Bharat's Dream. The night those messengers of state had passed within the city's gate. In dreams the slumbering Bharat saw a sight that chilled his soul with awe. The dream that dire events foretold, left Bharat's heart with horror cold, and with consuming wars distraught, upon his aged sire he thought. His dear companions, swift to trace the signs of anguish on his face, drew near, his sorrow to expel, and pleasant tales began to tell. Some woke sweet music's cheering sound, and others danced in lively round. With joke and jest they strove to raise his spirits, quoting ancient plays. But Bharat still, the lofty souled, deaf to sweet tales his fellows told, unmoved by music, dance, and jest, sat silent by his war oppressed. To him, begot by comrades near, thus spoke the friend he held most dear. Why ringed around by friends art thou, so silent and so mournful now? Hear thou, thus Bharat made reply, what chills my heart and dims mine eye. I dreamed I saw the king my sire sink headlong in a lake of mire, down from a mountain high in air, his body soiled, and lose his hair. Upon the miry lake he seemed to lie and welter as I dreamed. With hollowed hands full many a draught of oil he took, and loudly laughed. With head cast down I saw him make a meal on sesamum and cake. The oil from every member dripped, and in its clammy flood he dipped. The ocean's bed was bare and dry, the moon had fallen from the sky, and all the world lay still and dead, with whelming darkness overspread. The earth was rent and opened wide, the leafy trees were scorched and died. I saw the seated mountains split, and wreaths of rising smoke emit. The stately beast, the monarch rode, his long tusks rent and splitted showed, and flames that quenched and cold had lain blazed forth with kindly light again. I looked, and many a handsome dame, arrayed in brown and sable, came, and bore about the monarch dressed, on iron stool, in sable vest. And then the king of virtuous mind, a blood-red wreath around him twined, forth on an as-drawn chariot sped, as southward still he bent his head. Then crimson-clad a dame appeared, who at the monarch laughed and jeered, and a she-monster dire to view, her hand upon his body drew. Such is the dream I dreamt by night, which chills me yet with wild affright. Either the king or Rama, I, or Lakshman now must surely die. For when an as-drawn chariot seems to bear away a man in dreams, be sure above his funeral pyre the smoke soon rears its cloudy spire. This makes my spirit low and weak, my tongue is slow and loth to speak, my lips and throat are dry for dread, and all my soul disquieted. My lips relaxed, can hardly speak, and chilling dread has changed my cheek. I blame myself in aimless fears, and still no cause of blame appears. I dwell upon this dream of ill, whose changing scenes I viewed, and on the startling horror still my troubled thoughts will brood. Still to my soul these terrors cling, reluctant to depart, and the strange vision of the king still weighs upon my heart. End of Canto 67, 68 and 69. Canto 70 to 72 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 70. Bharat's Departure. While thus he spoke, the envoys borne, on horses faint and travel worn, had gained the city fenced around, with a deep moat's protecting bound. An audience of the king they gained, and honours from the prince obtained. The monarch's feet they humbly pressed, to Bharat next these words addressed. The household priest and peers by us send health to thee and greet thee thus. Come to thy father's house with haste, thine absent time no longer waste. Receive these vestures rich and rare, these costly gems and jewels fair, and to thy uncle here present each precious robe and ornament. These for the king and him suffice, 200 millions is their price. These, what 100 millions be, reserved, O large-eyed prince, for thee. Loving his friends with heart and soul, the joyful prince received the whole, due honour to the envoys paid, and thus in turn his answer made. Of Dasarat tidings tell, is the old king my father well? Is Rama and is Lakshman he of the high soul, from sickness free? And she who walks where duty leads, Kaushalya, known for gracious deeds, mother of Rama, loving spouse, bound to her lord by well-kept vows? And Lakshman's mother too, the dame, Sumitra, skilled in duty's claim, who brave Shatrugna also bare, second in age, her health declare. And she in self-conceit most says, with selfish heart most prone to raise, my mother, fares she well? Has she sent message or command to me? Thus Bharat spake, the mighty souled, and they in brief their tidings told. All they of whom thou askest dwell, O landlord, secure and well. Thine all the smiles of fortune are, make ready, let them yoke the car. Thus by the royal envoys pressed, Bharat again the band addressed. I go with you, no long delay, a single hour I bid you stay. Thus Bharat, son of him who swayed Ayodhya's realm, his answer made, and then bespoke his heart to please his mother's sire in words like these. I go to see my father, king, urged by the envoy's summoning, and when thy soul desires to see, thy grandson will return to thee. The king, his grandsire, kissed his head, and in reply to Bharat said, Go forth, dear child, how blessed is she, the mother of a son like thee. Greet well thy sire, thy mother greet, O thou whose arms the foe defeat. The household priest and all the rest, amid the twice-born chief and best, and Rama and brave Lakshman who showed the long shaft with aim so true. To him the king high honor showed, and store of wealth and gifts bestowed, the choicest elephants to ride, and skins and blankets deftly dyed, 1,000 strings of golden beads, and 1,600 mettled steeds, and boundless wealth before him piled, gave Kaikeyi to Kaikeyi's child, and man of counsel good and tried, on whose firm truth he aye relied. King Asupati gave with speed Prince Bharat on his way to lead, and noble elephants strong and young, from sires of Indrasita sprung, and others tall and fair to view, of great Airavats lineage true, and well-yoked asses fleet of limb, the prince his uncle gave to him, and dogs within the palace bred, of body vast and massive head, with mighty fangs for battle brave, the tiger's match in strength he gave. Yet Bharat's bosom hardly glowed, to see the wealth the king bestowed, for he would speed that hour away, such care upon his bosom lay. Those eager envoys urged him thence, and death's sad visions influence. He left his courtyard crowded then, with elephants and steeds and men, and peerless in immortal fame, to the great royal street he came. He saw, as farther still he went, the inner rooms most excellent, and passed the doors to him unclosed, where check nor bar his way opposed. There Bharat stayed to bid adieu to grandsire and to uncle too. Then with Shatrugna by his side, mounting his car, away he hied. The strong-wheeled cars were yoked, and they, more than 100, rolled away. Servants with horses asses kine followed their lord in endless line. So guarded by his own right hand, fought high-souled Bharat hied, surrounded by a lordly band, on whom the king relied. Beside him sat Shatrugna dear, the scourge of trembling foes. Thus from the light of Indra's fair, a saint made perfect goes. Canto 71. Bharat's Return. Then Bharat's face was eastward bent, as from the royal town he went. He reached Sudama's farther side, and glorious gazed upon the tide. Passed Hladini, and saw her toss, her westering billows hard to cross. Then old Ikshaku's famous son, over Satadru his passes won, near Ailadhana on the strand, and came to Upper Paryat's land. Over Sila's flood he hurried fast, Akruvati's fair stream he passed, crossed over Angaya's rapid reel, and Sailakatan onward steal. Silavaha's swift stream he eyed, true to his vows and purified. Then crossed the lofty hills and stood in Chaitrarat's mighty wood. He reached a confluence where meet Saraswati and Ganga fleet, and through Varunda forest spread, northward of Biramacha sped. He sought Kalinda's child, who feels the soul with joy begot by hills, reached Yamuna, and passing over, rested his army on the shore. He gave his horses food and rest, bathed reeking limb and drooping crest. They drank their fill and bathed them there, and water for their journey bare. Thence through a mighty wood he sped, all wild and uninhabited. As in fair chariot through the skies, most fair in shape, a storm-god flies. To Anusdhan Ganga hard to cross, his onward journey bode. So turning quickly, thence he came, to Pragvat city dear to fame. There, having gained the farther side, to Kutika's thika he hied. The stream he crossed, and onward then, to Dharmavardhan brought his man. Thence, leaving Thoran on the north, to Jambuprastha journeyed forth. Then onward to a pleasant grove, by fair Varutha's town he drove. And when a while he there had stayed, went eastward from the friendly shade, eastward of Ujjahana where the priyak trees are tall and fair. He passed, and rested there each steed, exhausted with the journey's speed. There orders to his man addressed, which quickened pace he onward pressed. A while at Sarvatirtha spent, then over Uttanika he went. Over many a stream beside he sped, which courses on the mountains spread, and passing Hastinapristak took the road over Kutika's fair brook. Then at Lohitya's village he crossed over the swift Kapivati. Then passed where Kashala stands, the Sthanumati's flood and sands, and Gomati of fair renown, by Vinata's delightful town. When to Kalinga near he drew, a wood of sal trees charmed to view. That passed, the sun began to rise, and Bharat saw with happy eyes Ayodhya city built and planned by ancient Manu's royal hand. 7 nights upon the road had passed, and when he saw the town at last, before him in her beauty spread, thus Bharat to the driver said, "This glorious city from afar, wherein pure groves and gardens are, seems to my eager eyes today a lifeless pile of yellow clay. Through all her streets, where erst a throng of men and women streamed along, uprose the multitudinous roar. Today I hear that sound no more. No longer do mine eyes behold the leading people as of old. On elephants' cars horses go, abroad and homeward, to and fro. The brilliant gardens where we heard the wild note of each rapturous bird, where man and women love to meet in pleasant shades for pastime sweet. These to my eyes this day appear, joyless and desolate and drear. Each tree that graced the garden grieves, and every path is spread with leaves. The merry cry of bird and beast, that spake aloud their joy has ceased. Still is the long melodious note, that charmed us from each warbling throat. Why blows the blessed air no more, the incense-breathing air that bore its sweet incomparable scent of sandal and of aloe blent? Why are the drum and tabor mute? Why is the music of the lute, that woke up responsive to the quill, loved by the happy hushed and still? My boding spirit gathers hence dire scenes of awful consequence, and omens crowding on my side weigh down my soul with wild affright. Scarce shall I find my friends who dwell here in Ayodhya safe and well, for surely not without a cause this crushing dread my soul overawes. Heartsick, dejected every sense, confused by terror's influence, on to the town he quickly swept, which King Ikshaku's children kept. He passed through Vijayanta's gate, with weary steeds disconsolate, and all who near their station held, his escort crying victory swelled. With heart distracted still, he bowed farewell to all the following crowd, turned to the driver and began to question thus the weary man. Why was I brought, O free from blame, so fast, unknown for what I came? Yet fear of ill my heart appalls, and all my wonted courage falls. For I have heard in days gone by the changes sin when monarchs die, and all those signs, O charioteer, I see today surround me here. Each kinsman's house looks dark and grim, no hand delights to keep it trim. The beauty vanished and the pride, the doors unkept stand open wide. No morning rites are offered there, no grateful incense loads the air, and all therein, with brows overcast, sit joyless on the ground and fast. Their lovely chaplets dry and dead, their courts unswept, with dust overspread. The temples of the gods today no more look beautiful and gay. Neglected stands each holy shrine, each image of a Lord divine. No shop where flowery wreaths are sold is bright and busy as of old. The women and the men I mark, absorbed in fancies dull and dark, their gloomy eyes with tears bedewed, a poor afflicted multitude. His mind oppressed with woe and dread, thus Bharat to his driver said, viewed the dire signs Ayodhya showed, and onward to the palace rode. Canto 72. Bharat's Inquiry. He entered in, he looked around, nor in the house his father found. Then to his mother's dwelling bent, to see her face he quickly went. She saw her son so long away, returning after many a day, and from her golden seat in joy sprung forward to her darling boy. Within the bower, no longer bright, came Bharat, lover of the right, and bending with observance sweet, clasped his dear mother's lovely feet. Long kisses on his brow she pressed, and held her hero to her breast. Then fondly drew him to her knees, and questioned him in words like these: How many nights have fled since thou leftest thy grandsire's home till now? By flying steeds so swiftly borne, art thou not weak and travel worn? How fares the king my father tell? Is Yudhajit thine uncle well? And now, my son, at length declare the pleasure of the visit there. Thus to the offsprings of the king she spake with tender questioning, and to his mother made reply young Bharat of the lotus eye. The 7th night has come and fled, since from my grandsire's home I sped. My mother's sire is well, and he, Yudhajit, from all trouble free. The gold and every precious thing presented by the conqueror king, the slower girds behind convey. I left them weary on the way, urged by the man my father sent. My hasty course I heed bend. Now I implore an answer thine, and all I wish to know explain. Unoccupied I now behold this couch of thine adorned with gold, and eats up King Ikshaku's race appears with dark and gloomy face. The king is I, my mother dear, most constant in his visits here. To meet my sire I sought this part. How is it that I find him not? I long to clasp my father's feet. Say where he lingers, I entreat. Perchance the monarch may be seen, where dwells Kaushalya, eldest queen. His father's fate from him concealed, Kaikeyi to her son revealed, told as glad news the story said, for lust of sway had made her mad. Thy father, O my darling, now has gone thy way, all life must go, devout and famed, of lofty thought, in whom the good their refuge sought. When Bharat, pious, pure, and true, heard the sad words which pierced him through, grieved for the sire he loved so well, prostrate upon the ground he fell. Down fell the strong-armed hero, high, tossing his arms and a sad cry, "Ah, woe is me, unhappy slain!" burst from his lips again and again, afflicted for his father's fate by grief's intolerable weight. With every sense amazed and cowed, the splendid hero wailed aloud, "Ah me, my royal father's bed, of old the gentle radiance said, like the pure sky when clouds are past, and the moon's light is over it cast. Ah, of its wisest lord bereft, it shows the day faint radiance left, as when the moon has left the sky, or mighty ocean's depths are dry." With choking sobs, with many a tear, pierced to the heart with grief sincere, the best of conquerors poured his sighs, and with his robe veiled face and eyes. Kaikeyi saw him fallen there, godlike, afflicted in despair, used every art to move him thence, and tried him thus with eloquence. "Arise, arise, my dearest, why wilt thou, famed prince, so lowly lie? Not by such grief as this are moved good men like thee, by all approved. The art thy father nobly swayed, and rights to heaven he duly paid. At length his race of life was run, thou shouldst not mourn for him, my son. Long on the ground he wept and rolled, from side to side, still unconsoled. And then, with bitter grief oppressed, his mother with these words addressed. This joyful hope my bosom fed, when from the grandsire's halls I sped. The king will throne his eldest son, and sacrifice as should be done. But all is changed, my hope was vain, and this sad heart is rent in twain. For my dear father's face I miss, who ever sought his loved one's bliss. But in my absence, mother, say, what sickness took my sire away? Ah, happy Rama, happy day, allowed his funeral rites to pay. The glorious monarch has not learned that I, his darling, have returned, or quickly had he hither sped, and pressed his kisses on my head. Where is that hand, whose gentle touch, most soft and kind, I loved so much? The hand that loved to brush away the dust that on his darling lay. Quick, bear the news to Rama's ear, tell the great chief that I am here, brother and sire and friend and all, is he, and I his trusty thrall. For noble hearts to virtue true, their sires in elder brothers view. To clasp his feet I fain would bow, he is my hope and refuge now. What said my glorious sire, who knew virtue and vice, so brave and true? Firm in his vows, dear lady, say, what said he ere he passed away? What was his rede to me, I crave, to hear the last advice he gave. Thus closely questioned by the youth, Kaikeyi spoke the mournful truth. The high-souled monarch wept and shied, for Rama, Sita, Lakshman cried. Then best of all who go to bliss, pass to the world which follows this. Ah, blessed are the people who shall Rama and his Sita view, and Lakshman of the mighty arm, returning free from scathe and harm. Such were the words, the last of all, thy father ere he died let fall. By fate and death's dread coils and wound, as some great elephant is bound. He heard, yet deeper in despair, her lips this double word declare, and with sad brow that showed his pain, questioned his mother thus again. But where is he of virtue tried, who fills Kaushalya's heart with pride? Where is the noble Rama? Where is Lakshman brave and Sita fair? Thus pressed, the queen began to tell the story as each thing befell, and gave her son in words like these the mournful news she meant to please. The prince is gone in hermit dress to Dandak's mighty wilderness, and Lakshman brave and Sita share the wanderings of the exile there. Then Bharat's soul with fear was stirred, lest Rama from the right had erred, and jealous for ancestral fame, he put this question to the dame: Has Rama grasped with lawless hold a Brahman's house or land or gold? Has Rama harmed with ill intent some poor or wealthy innocent? Was Rama faithless to his vows, enamoured of another's powers? Why was he sent to Dandak's wild, like one who kills an unborn child? He questioned thus, and she began to tell her deeds and crafty plan, deceitful-hearted, fond and blind, as is the way of womankind. No Brahman's wealth has Rama seized, no dame his wandering fancy pleased. His very eyes he never allows to gaze upon a neighbour's powers. But when I heard the monarch planned to give the realm to Rama's hand, I prayed that Rama hence might flee, and claim the throne, my son, for thee. The king maintained the name he bare, and did according to my prayer, and Rama with his brothers sent, and Sita forth to banishment. When his dear son was seen no more, the Lord of Earth was troubled sore. Too feeble with his grief to strive, he joined the elemental five. Up then, most dutiful, maintain the royal state, arise and reign. For thee, my darling son, for thee, all this was planned and wrought by me. Come, cast thy grief and pain aside, with manly courage fortified. This town and realm are all thine own, and fear and grief are here unknown. Come with Vasishtha's guiding aid, and priests in ritual skilled, let the king's funeral dues be paid, and every claim fulfilled. Perform his obsequies with all that suits his rank and worth, then give the mandate to install thyself as Lord of Earth. End of Cantos 70, 71 and 72. Cantos 73 to 75 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 73. Kaikeyi reproached. But when he heard the queen relate his brother's doom, his father's fate, thus Bharat to his mother said, with burning grief disquieted, Alas, what boots it now to reign, struck down by grief and well nigh slain? Ah, both are gone, my sire and he, who was a second sire to me. Grief upon grief thy hand has made, and salt upon gashes laid. For my dear sire has died through thee, and Rama roams a devotee. Thou camest like the night of fate, this royal house to devastate. Unwitting ill, my hapless sire placed in his bosom coals of fire, and through thy crimes his death he met, O thou whose heart on sin is set. Shame of thy house, thy senseless deed, has reft all joy from Raghu's seed. The truthful monarch, dear to fame, received thee as his wedded dame, and by thy act to misery doomed, has died by flames of grief consumed. Kaushalya and Sumitra too, the coming of my mother rue, and if they leave oppressed by war, for their dear sons their sad tears flow. Was it not ever good and kind, that hero of the duteous mind, skilled in all filial duties he, as a dear mother treated thee? Kaushalya too, the eldest queen, who far foresees with insight keen, did she not ever show thee all a sister's love at duty's call? And hast thou from the kingdom chased her son with bark around his waist, to the wild wood to dwell therein, and dost not sorrow for thy sin? The love I bear to Raghu's son, thou knowest not, ambitious one, if thou hast wrought this impious deed, for royal sway, in lawless greed, with him and Lakshman far away, what power have I the realm to sway? What hope will fire my bosom, when I see no more these lords of men? The holy king, who loved the right, relied on Rama's power and might, his guardian and his glory so, joy's Meru in his woods below. How can I bear, a steer untrained, the load his mightier strength sustained? What power have I to brook alone this weight on feeble shoulders thrown? But if the needful power were bought by strength of mind and brooding thought, no triumph shall attend the dame who dooms her son to lasting shame. Now should no doubt that son prevent from quitting thee on evil bent. But Rama's love overpowers my will, who holds thee as his mother still. Whence did the thought, O thou whose eyes are turned to sinful deeds, arise? A plan our ancient sires would hate, O fallen from thy virtuous state. For in the line from which we spring, the eldest is anointed king. No monarchs from the rule decline, and least of all Ikshaku's line. Our holy sires, to virtue true, upon our race they last a trio. But with subversive frenzy thou hast marred our lineal honour now. O lofty birth, O noble line, of previous kings is also thine. Then whence this hated folly? Whence this sudden change that steals thy sense? Thou shalt not gain thy impious will, O thou whose thoughts are bent on ill. Thou from whose guilty hand descend these sinful blows my life to end. Now to the forest will I go, thy cherished plans to overthrow, and bring my brother free from stain, his people's darling, home again. And Rama, when again he turns, whose glory like a beacon burns, in me a faithful slave shall find, to serve him with contented mind. Canto 74. Bharat's Lament. When Bharat's anger-sharpened tongue reproaches on the queen had flung, again with mighty rage possessed, the guilty dame he thus addressed. Flee, cruel, wicked sinner, flee! Let not this kingdom harbour thee. Thou who hast thrown all right aside, weep thou for me when I have died. Canst thou one charge against a king, or the most duteous Rama bring? The one thy sin to death has sent, the other seized to banishment, our line's destroyer seen defiled, like one who kills an unborn child. Never with thy Lord in heaven to dwell, thy portion shall be down in hell, because thy hand that stayed for naught, this awful wickedness has wrought, and ruined him whom all held dear. My bosom too is stirred with fear. My father by the sin is dead, and Rama to the wood is fled, and of thy deed I bear the stain, the fameless in the world remain. Ambitious, evil-souled in show, my mother, yet my direst foe. My troning never thine eyes shall bliss, thy husband's wicked murderess. Thou art not a smṛti's child, that righteous king most sage and mild, but thou wast born a fiend, a foe, my father's house to overthrow. Thou who hast made Kaushalya pure, gentle, affectionate, and dear, the loss of him who was her bliss, what woes await thee, queen, for this? What is not patent to thy sense, that Rama was his friend's defense, Kaushalya's own true child most dear, the eldest and his father's peer? Man in the son not only trace the father's figure, form, and face, but in his heart they also find the offspring of the father's mind. And hence, though dear their kinsmen are, to mother's sons are dearer far. There goes an ancient legend how good Suravi, the god-loved cow, saw two of her dear children straying, drawing a plough and fain to it pain. She saw them on the earth outworn, toiling till noon from early morn, and as she viewed her children's woe, a flood of tears began to flow. As through the air beneath her swept the Lord of gods, the drops she wept, fine, laden with delicious smell, upon his heavenly body fell. And Indra lifted up his eyes, and saw her standing in the sky, afflicted with her sorrow's weight, sad, weeping, all disconsolate. The Lord of gods in anxious mood thus spoke in suppliant attitude: No fear disturbs our rest, and how come this great dread upon thee now? Whence can this woe upon thee fall? Say, gentle one, who lovest all. Thus spake the god who rules the skies, Indra, the Lord supremely wise, and gentle Suravi, well learned in eloquence, this speech returned: Not thine the fault, great God, not thine, and guiltless are the Lord's divine. I mourn two children fain to toil, laboring hard in stubborn soil. Wasted and sad I see them now, while the sun beats on neck and brow. Still goaded by the cruel hind, no pity in his savage mind. O Indra, from this body sprang these children, worn with many a pang. For this sad sight I mourn, for none is to the mother like her son. He saw her weep, whose offspring feed in thousands over hill and mead, and knew that in a mother's eye not with a son for love can vie. He deemed her, when the tears that came from her sad eyes bedewed his frame, laden with the celestial scent of living things most excellent. If she these tears of sorrow shed, who many a thousand children bred, think what a life of woe is left, Kaushalya of her Rama reft. An only son was hers, and she is rendered childless now by thee. Here and hereafter, for thy crime, woe is thy lot through endless time. And now, O Queen, without delay, with all due honor will I pay, both to my brother and my sire, the rights their several fates require. Back to Ayodhya will I bring the long-armed chief, her lord and king, and to the wood myself betake, where hermit saints their dwelling make. For, senior both in deed and thought, this hideous crime which thou hast wrought, I cannot bear or live to see the people's sad eyes bent on me. Begone, to Dandak wood retire, or cast thy body to the fire, or bind around thy neck the rope, no other refuge mayst thou hope. When Rama, Lord of valor true, has gained the earth his right and due, then, free from duty's binding debt, my vanished sin shall I forget. Thus like an elephant forced to brook the goading of the driver's hook, quick panting like a serpent maimed, he fell to earth with rage inflamed. Canto 75. The Abjuration. A while he lay, he rose at length, and slowly gathering sense and strength, with angry eyes, with tears bedewed, the miserable queen he viewed, and spake with keen reproach to her, before its lord and minister. Not last have I for kingly sway, my mother I no more obey, not of this consecration knew, which Dasarat kept in view. I with Satrugna all the time was dwelling in a distant clime. I knew of Rama's exile not, that hero of the noble thought. I knew not how fair Sita went, and Lakshman fought to banishment. Thus high-souled Bharat meet the crowd, lifted his voice and cried aloud. Kaushalya heard, she raised her head, and quickly to Sumitra said, Bharat, Kaikeyi's son is here, hers whose fell deeds I loathe and fear. That youth of foresight keen I fain would meet and see his face again. Thus to Sumitra spake the dame, and straight to Bharat's presence came, with altered mien, neglected dress, trembling and faint with sore distress. Bharat, Satrugna by his side, to meet her toward her palace hied. And when the royal dame they viewed, distressed with dire solicitude, sad, fallen senseless on the ground, about her neck their arms they wound. The noble matron prostrate there, embraced with tears the weeping pair, and with a load of grief oppressed, to Bharat then these words addressed. Now all is thine without a foe, this realm for which thou longest so. Ah, soon Kaikeyi's ruthless hand has won the empire of the land, and made my guiltless Rama flee, dressed like some lonely devotee. Herein what profit has the queen, whose eye delights in havoc, seen? Me also, me it were surely good, to banish to the distant wood, to dwell amid the shades that hold my famous son with limbs like gold. Nay, with the secret fire to guide, will I, Sumitra by my side, myself to the drear wood repair, and seek the son of Raghu there. This land, which rice and golden corn, and wealth of every kind adorn, car, elephant, and steed and gem, she makes the lord of it and them. With taunts like these, her bitter tongue the heart of blameless Bharat wrung, and direr pangs his bosom tore, than when the lancet probes a sore. With troubled senses all astray, prone at her feet he fell and lay. With loud lament a while he plained, and slowly strength and sense regained. With suppliant hand to hand applied, he turned to her who wept and sighed, and thus bespake the queen, whose breast with sundry woes was sore distressed. Why these reproaches, noble dame? I, knowing not, am free from blame. Thou knowest well what love was mine for Rama, chief of Raghu's line. Oh, never be his darkened mind to Scripture's guiding law inclined, by whose consent the prince who led the good, the truthful hero fled. May he obey the vilest lord, often the son with act abhorred, and strike a sleeping cow who lent his voice to Rama's banishment. May the good king who all befriends, and like his sons the people tends, be wronged by him who gave consent to noble Rama's banishment. On him that king's injustice fall, who takes as lord a sixth of all, nor guards neglectful of his trust, his people as a ruler must. The crime of those who swear to fee at holy rites some devotee, and then the promised gift deny, be his who will the prince should fly. When weapons clash and heroes bleed, with elephant and harness steed, never like the good be his to fight, whose heart allowed the prince's flight. Though taught with care by one expert, may he the Vedas' text pervert, with impious mind on evil bent, whose voice approved the banishment. May he with traitor lips reveal whatever he promised to conceal, and brood abroad his friend's offense, betrayed by generous confidence. No wife of equal lineage born, the wretch's joyless home at dawn, never may he do one virtuous deed, and dying see no child succeed. When in the battle's awful day, fierce warriors stand in dread array, let the base covered turn and fly, and smitten by the foeman die. Long may he wander, rags in wear, doomed in his hand a skull to bear, and like an idiot beg his bread, who gave consent when Rama fled. His sin, who holy rites forgets, asleep when shows the sun and sets, a load upon his soul shall lie, whose will allowed the prince to fly. His sin, who loves his master's dame, his kindler of destructive flame, his who betrays his trusting friend, shall mingled all on him descend. By him no reverence due be paid to blessed God or parted shade. May sire and mother's sacred name in vain from him obedience claim. Never may he go where dwell the good, nor win their fame and neighborhood, but lose all hopes of bliss today, who will the prince should flee away. May he deceive the poor and weak, who look to him and comfort seek, betray the suppliants who complain, and make the hopeful hope in vain. Long may his wife his kiss expect, and pine away in cold neglect. May he his lawful love despise, and turn on other dames his eyes. Fool on forbidden joys intent, whose will allowed the banishment. His sin who deadly poison throws, to spoil the water as it flows, lay on the wretch its burden dread, who gave consent when Rama fled. Thus with his words he undeceived Kausalya's troubled heart, who grieved for son and husband reft away. Then prostrate on the ground he lay. Him as he lay half senseless there, freed by the mighty oaths he sware, Kausalya, by her war distressed, with melancholy words addressed. Anew, my son, this sorrow springs, to rend my heart which keener stings. These awful oaths which thou hast sworn, my breast with double grief have torn. Thy soul, and faithful Lakshman's too, are still, thank heaven, to virtue true. True to thy promise thou shalt gain the mansons which the good obtain. Then to her breast that youth she drew, whose sweet fraternal love she knew, and there in strict embraces held the hero as her tears outwelled. And Bharat's heart grew sick and faint with grief and of renewed complaint, and all his senses were distraught by the great war that in him wrought. Thus he lay and still bewailed, with sighs and loud lament, till all his strength and reason failed, the hours of night were spent. End of Canto 73, 74 and 75. Cantos 76 to 78 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 76. The Funeral. The Saint Vasistha, best of all, whose words with moving wisdom fall, Bharat Kaikeyi's son addressed, whom burning fires of grief distressed. O Prince, whose fame is widely spread, enough of grief, be comforted. The time is come, arise and lay upon the pyre the monarch's clay. He heard the words Vasistha spoke, and slumbering resolution woke. Then, skilled in all the laws declare, he bade his friends the rites prepare. They raised the body from the oil, and placed it dripping on the soil, then laid it on a bed whereon wrought gold and precious jewels shone. There, pallor over his features spread, the monarch as in sleep lay dead. Then Bharat sought his father's side, and lifted up his voice and cried, O king, and has thy heart designed to part and leave thy son behind? Make Rama flee, who loves the right, and Lakshman of the arm of might. Whither, great monarch, wilt thou go, and leave these people in their war, mourning their hero, wild with grief, of Rama reft, their lion chief? Ah, who will guard the people well, who in Ayodhya city dwell? When thou, my sire, hast sought the sky, and Rama has been forced to fly, in widowed war, bereft of thee, the land no more is fair to see. The city, to my aching sight, is gloomy as a moonless night. Thus with overwhelming sorrow pained, sad Bharat by the bed complained, and thus Vasistha, holy sage, spoke his deep anguish to assuage. O Lord of man, no longer stay, the last remaining duties pay. Haste, mighty armed, as I advise, the funeral rites to solemnize. And Bharat heard Vasistha's rede, with due attention and agreed. He summoned straight from every side chaplain and priest and holy guide. The sacred fires he bade them bring forth from the chapel of the king, wherein the priests in order due, and ministers the offerings strew. Distraught in mind, with sob and tear, they laid the body on a bier, and servants, while their eyes brimmed over, the monarch from the palace bore. Another band of mourners led the long procession of the dead. Rich garments in the way they cast, and gold and silver as they passed. Then other hands the corse bedewed, with fragrant juices that exude from sandal, cedar, aloe, pine, and every perfume rare and fine. Then priestly hands the mighty dead upon the pyre deposited. The sacred fires they tended next, and muttered low each funeral text. And priestly singers who rehearse the summons sang their holy verse. Forth from the town in litters came, or chariots many a royal dame, and honored so the funeral ground, with aged followers ringed around. With steps in inverse order bent, the priests in sad procession went around the monarch's burning pyre, who well had nursed each sacred fire, which Queen Kausalya and the rest, their tender hearts with war distressed. The voice of women shrill and clear, as screaming Kalios smote the ear, as from 1,000 voices rose the shriek that tells of woman's woes. Then, weeping, faint, with loud lament, down Sarayu's shelving bank they went. There, standing on the river side, with Bharat, priest and peer, their lips the women purified with water fresh and clear. Returning to the royal town, their eyes with teardrops filled, 10 days on earth they laid them down, and wept till grief was stilled. Canto 77. The Gathering of the Ashes. The 10th day passed, the prince again was free from every legal stain. He bade them on the 12th the great remaining honours celebrate. Much gold he gave, and gems and food, to all the Brahman multitude, and goats whose hair was white and fine, and many 1,000 head of kine. Slaves, men, and damsels he bestowed, and many a car and fair abode. Such gifts he gave the Brahman race, his father's obsequies to grace. Then, when the morning's earliest ray appeared upon the 13th day, again the hero wept and sighed, distraught and sorrow stupefied. Drew, sobbing in his anguish, near the last remaining debt to clear, and at the bottom of the pyre he thus bespake his royal sire. O father, hast thou left me so, deserted in my friendless war, when he to whom the charge was given to keep me to the wood is driven? Her only son is forced away, who was his helpless mother's stay. Ah, why, dear father, art thou fled, leaving the queen uncomforted? He looked upon the pile where lay the bones half burnt and ashes grey, and uttering a piteous moan, gave away, by anguish overthrown. Then his tears began to well, prostrate to earth the hero fell. So from its seat the staff they drag, and cast to earth some glorious flag. The ministers approached again, the prince whom rights had freed from stain. So when Jajati failed, each seer, in pity for his fate, drew near. Shatrughna saw him lying low, overwhelmed beneath the crush of war, and as upon the king he thought, he fell upon the earth distraught. When to his loving memory came those noble gifts, that kingly frame, he sorrowed, by his war distressed, as one by frenzied rage possessed. Ah me, this surging sea of war has drowned us with its overflow. The source is Manthara, dire and dark, Kaikeyi is the ravening shark, and the great boons the monarch gave lend conquering might to every wave. Ah, whither wilt thou go and leave thy Bharat in his war to grieve, whomever it was thy greatest joy to fondle as a tender boy? Didst thou not give with thoughtful care our food, our drink, our robes to wear? Whose love will now for us provide, when thou, our king and sire, hast died? At such a time bereft, forlorn, why is not art in sunder torn? Missing her monarch's firm control, his love of right, his lofty soul. Ah me, for Rama roams afar, my sire is where the blessed are. How can I live deserted? I will pass into the fire and die. Abandoned thus, I will not brook upon Ayodhya's town to look, once guarded by Ikshaku's race, the wood shall be my dwelling place. Then, when the prince's mournful train heard the sad brothers thus complain, and saw their misery at the view, their grief burst wilder out anew. Faint with lamenting, sad and worn, each like a bull with broken horn, the brothers in their wild despair lay rolling mad with misery there. Then old Vasistha, good and true, their father's priest, all law who knew, raised weeping Bharat on his feet, and thus bespake with counsel meet. 12 days, my lord, have passed away, since flames consumed thy father's clay. Delay no more, as rules ordain. Gather what bones may yet remain. 3 constant pairs are ever found, to hem all mortal creatures round. Then mourn not thus, O prince, for none their close companionship may shun. Sumantra bade Shatrugna rise, and soothed his soul with counsel wise, and skilled in truth his hearer taught how all things are and come to naught, when rose its hero from the ground, a lion lord of man renowned. He showed like Indra's flag, whereon fierce rains have dashed and suns have shone. They wiped their red and weeping eyes, and gently made their sad replies. Then ours to haste, the royal pair performed the rites that claimed their care. Canto 78. Mantra punished. Shatrugna thus to Bharat spake, who longed the forest road to take. He who in war was wont to give strength to himself and all that live. Dear Rama, true and pure in heart, is banished by a woman's art. Yet here was Lakshman, brave and strong. Could not his might prevent the wrong? Could not his arm the king restrain, or make the banished free again? One loving right and fearing crime had checked the monarch's sin in time. One vassal of a woman's will, his feet approached the path of ill. While Lakshman's younger brother, dread, Shatrugna thus to Bharat said, came to the fronting door, arrayed in glittering robes, the humpback maid. There she, with sandal oil besmeared, in garments meet for queens appeared, and lustre to her form was lent by many a gem and ornament. She girdled with her broidered zone, and many a chain about her throne showed like a female monkey round, whose body many a string is bound. When on that cause of evil fell the quick eye of the sentinel, he grasped her in his ruthless hold, and hastening in, Shatrugna told. Here is the wicked past, he cried, through whom the king thy father died, and Rama wanders in the wood. Do with her as thou deemest good. The warder spoke, and every word Shatrugna's breast to fury stirred. He called the servants all and each, and spake in wrath his hasty speech. This is the wretch my sire who slew, and misery on my brothers drew. Let her this day obtain the meed, vile sinner, of her cruel deed. He spake, and moved by fury laid his mighty hand upon the maid, who as her fellows ringed her round, made with her cries the hall resound. Soon as the gathered women viewed Shatrugna in his angry mood, their hearts disturbed by sudden dread, they turned and from his presence fled. His rays, they cried, on us will fall, and ruthless he will slay us all. Come to Kaushalya, let us flee. Our hope, our sure defence is she, approved by all, of virtuous mind, compassionate and good and kind. His eyes with a burning wrath aglow, Shatrugna, shatterer of the foe, dragged on the ground the humpback maid, who shrieked aloud and screamed for aid. This way and that with no remorse he dragged her with resistless force, and chains and glittering trinklets burst, lay here and there with gems dispersed, till like the sky of autumn shone, the palace floor they sparkled on. The lord of man, supremely strong, held in his rage the rats along. Where Queen Kaikeyi dwelt he came, and sternly then addressed the dame. Deep in her heart Kaikeyi felt the steps his keen reproaches dealt, and of Shatrugna's ire afraid, the Bharat flew and cried for aid. He looked and saw the prince inflamed with burning rage, and thus exclaimed, Forgive, thine angry arm restrain, a woman never may be slain. My hand Kaikeyi's blood would spill, the sinner ever bent on ill. But Rama, long in duty tried, would hate the impious matricide, and if he knew thy vengeful blade had slaughtered even this humpback maid, never again, be sure, would he speak friendly word to thee or me. When for its speech Shatrugna heard, he calmed to raise his breast that steered, releasing from her dire constraint the trembling wretch with terror faint. Then to Kaikeyi's feet she crept, and prostrate in her misery wept. Kaikeyi on the humpback gazed, and saw her weep and gasp, still quivering with her senses dazed from fierce Shatrugna's grasp. With gentle words of pity she assuaged her wild despair, even as a tender hand might free a carling from the snare. End of Canto 76, 77 and 78. Cantos 79 to 81 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 79. Bharat's Commands. Now, when the sun's returning ray had ushered in the 14th day, the gathered peers of state addressed to Bharat's ear their new request. Our Lord to heaven has parted hence, long served with deepest reverence. Rama the eldest, far from home, and Lakshman in the forest roam. O Prince of mighty fame, be thou our guardian and our monarch now, lest secret plot of foeman's hate assail our unprotected state. With longing eyes, O Lord of man, to thee look friend and citizen, and ready is each sacred thing to consecrate our chosen king. Come, Bharat, and accept thine own ancient hereditary throne. Thee let the priests this day install as monarch to preserve us all. Around the sacred gear he bent, his circling footsteps reverent, and formed the vows he would not break, thus to the gathered people spake. The eldest son is ever king, so rules the house from which we spring, nor should ye, lords, like men unwise, with words like these to wrong advise. Rama is eldest born, and he the ruler of the land shall be. Now to the oaths will I repair, 5 years and 9 to lodge me there. Assemble straight a mighty force, cars, elephants, and foot and horse, for I will follow on his track, and bring my eldest brother back. Whatever the rites of throning need, placed on a car the way shall lead. The sacred vessels I will take to the wild wood for Rama's sake. I, over the land prince's head, the sanctifying balm will shed, and bring him, as the fire they bring, forth from the shrine with triumphing. Nor will I let my mother's greed in this her cherished aim succeed. In pathless wilds will I remain, and Rama here as king shall reign. To make the rough way smooth and clear, send workmen out and pioneer. Let skilful men attend beside our way through pathless spots to guide. As thus the royal Bharat spake, ordaining all for Rama's sake, the audience gave with one accord auspicious answer to their lord. Be royal fortune aye benign to thee for this good speech of thine, who wishest still thine elder's hand to rule with kingly sway the land. Their glorious speech, their favouring cries, made his proud bosom swell, and from the prince's noble eyes the tears of rapture fell. Canto 80. The Way Prepared. All they who knew the joiner's art, or distant ground in every part, each busied in his several trade, to work machines or ply the spade. Deft workmen skilled to frame the wheel, or with the ponderous engine deal, guides of the way and craftsmen skilled, to sink the well, make bricks and build. And those whose hands the tree could hew, and work with slips of cut bamboo, went forward, and to guide them they, whose eyes before had seen the way. Then onward in triumphant mood went all the mighty multitude. Like the great sea whose waves leap high, when the full moon is in the sky, then in his proper duty skilled, each joined him in his several guild. and onward in advance they went, with every tool and implement. Where bush and tangled creeper lay, with trench and steel they made the way. They felled each stump, removed each stone, and many a tree was overthrown. In other spots on desert lands, tall trees were reared by busy hands. Wherever the line of road they took, they plied the hatchet, axe, and hook. Others, with all their strength applied, cast vigorous plants and shrubs aside. In shelving valleys rooted deep, and levelled every dale and steep. Each pit and hole that stopped the way, they filled with stones and mud and clay, and all the ground that rose and fell, with busy care was levelled well. They bridged ravines with ceaseless toil, and pounded fine the flinty soil. Now here, now there, to right and left, a passage through the ground they cleft. And soon the rushing flood was led, abundant through the new-cut bed, which by the running stream supplied, with ocean's boundless waters wide. In dry and thirsty spots they sank, full many a well and ample tank, and altars round about them placed, to deck the station in the waste. With well-wrought plasters smoothly spread, with bloomy trees that rose overhead, with banners waving in the air, and wild birds singing here and there, with fragrant sandal-water wet, with many a flower beside it set, like the god's heavenly pathway showed, that mighty host's imperial road. Deft workmen, chosen for their skill, to do the high-souled Bharat's will, in every pleasant spot where grew trees of sweet fruit and fair to view, as he commanded, toiled to grace, with all the lights his camping place. And they who read the stars and dwell, each lucky sign and hour could tell, raised carefully the tented shade, wherein high-minded Bharat stayed, with ample space of level ground, with broad deep moat encompassed round, like Manda in his towering pride, with streets that ran from side to side, and wreathed with many a palace tall, surrounded by its noble wall, with roads by skilful workmen made, where many a glorious banner played, with stately mansions where the dove sat nestling in her court above, rising aloft supremely fair, like heavenly cars that float in air, its camp in beauty and in bliss, matched in Ra's own metropolis. As shines the heaven on some fair night, with moon and constellations filled, the princess' royal road was bright, adorned by art of workmen skilled. Canto 81. The Assembly. Ere yet the dawn had ushered in, the day should see the march begin. Herald and bard, who rightly knew each nice degree of honour due, their loud auspicious voices raised, and royal Bharat blessed and praised. With sticks of gold the drum they smote, which thundered out its deafening note, blew loud the sounding shell, and blent each high and low-toned instrument. The mingled sound of drum and horn through all the air was quickly borne, and as in Bharat's ear it rang, gave the said prince another pang. Then Bharat, starting from repose, still the glad sounds that round him rose. I am not king, no more mistake, then to Shatrugna does he spake. O see what general wrongs succeed, sprung from Kaikeyi's evil deed. The king my sire has died and thrown fresh miseries on me alone. The royal bliss on duty blessed, which our just high-souled father graced, wanders in doubt and sore distress, like a tossed vessel rather less. And he who was our lordly stay roams in the forest far away, expelled by this my mother, who to duty's law is most untrue. As royal Bharat thus gave vent to bitter grief in wild lament, gazing upon his face the crowd of fitting women wept aloud. His lamentation scarce was over, when Saint Basista, skilled in lore of royal duty, dear to fame, to join the great assembly came. God by disciples ever true, still nearer to the hall he drew, resplendent, heavenly to behold, adorned with wealth of gems and gold. Even so a man in duty tried draws near to meet his virtuous bride. He reached his golden seat overlaid with coverlet of rich brocade. There sat, in all the Vedas read, and called the messengers and said, Go forth, let Brahman, warrior peer, and every captain gather here. Let all attentive heed their throng. Go hasten, we delay too long. Shatrugna, glorious Bharat bring, the noble children of the king, Yudhajit and Sumantra all, the truthful and the virtuous call. He ended. Soon a mighty sound of thickening tumult rose around, as to the hall they bent their course, with car and elephant and horse. The people, all with glad acclaim, welcomed Prince Bharat as he came, even as they loved their king to greet, or as the gods laud Indra meet. The vast assembly shone as fair, with Bharat's kingly face, as Dasarath's self were there to glorify their place. It gleamed like some unruffled lake, where monstrous hues of mould, with many a snake their pastime take, over shells, sand, gems, and gold. End of Canto 79, 80, and 81. Cantos 82 to 84 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 82, The Departure. The prudent prince the assembly viewed, thronged with its noble multitude, resplendent as a cloudless night, when the full moon is in his height, while robes of every varied hue, a glory over the synod trio, then priest in law of duty skilled, looked on the crowd, the hall that filled, and then in accents soft and grave, to Bharat thus his counsel gave. The king, dear son, so good and wise, has gone from art and gained the skies, leaving to thee, our rightful lord, this rich wide land with poison stored, and still has faithful Rama stood, firm to the duty of the good, and kept his father's hest aright, as the moon keeps its own dear light. Thus sire and brother yield to thee this realm, from all annoyance free. Rejoice, thy lords, enjoy thine own, anointed king, ascend the throne. Let vassal princes hasten forth, from distant lands, west, south, and north, from Kerala, from every sea, and bring 10,000,000 gems to thee. As does the sea's Vasistha spoke, a storm of grief over Bharat broke, and longing to be just and true, his thoughts to duteous Rama flew. With sobs and sighs and broken tones, even as a wounded mallard moans, he mourned with deepest sorrow moved, and thus the holy priest reproved. Oh, how can such as Bharat dare the power and sway from him to tear, wise and devout and true and chaste, with scripture law and virtue graced? Can one of Dasarath's seed be guilty of so vile a deed? The realm and I are Rama's. Thou shouldst speak the words of justice now, for he, to claims of virtue true, is eldest born and noblest too. Nahush, Dilip could not be more famous in their lives than he. As Dasarath ruled of right, so Rama's is the power and right. If I should do this sinful deed, and forfeit hope of heavenly meed, my guilty act would dim the shine of old Ikshaku's glorious line. Nay, as the sin my mother wrought is grievous to my inmost thought, I here, my hands together laid, will greet him in the pathless shade. To Rama shall my steps be bent, my king of man most excellent, Raghu's illustrious son, whose sway might hell and earth and heaven obey. That righteous speech, whose every word bore virtue's stamp, the audience heard. On Rama every thought was set, and with glad tears each eye was wet. Then, if the power I still should lack to bring my noble brother back, I in the wood will dwell and share his banishment with Lakshman there. By every art persuasive I to bring him from the wood will try, and show him to your loving eyes, O Brahmans noble, good and wise. Even now the road to make and clear, each labourer pressed and pioneer, have I sent forward to precede the army I resolve to lead. Thus by fraternal love possessed, his firm resolve the prince expressed. Then to Sumantra deeply read, in holy texts he turned and said, Sumantra, rise without delay, and as I bid my words obey. Give orders for the march with speed, and all the army he doth lead. The wise Sumatra thus addressed, obeyed the high-souled chief's behest. He hurried forth with joy inspired, and gave the orders he desired. Delight each soldier's bosom filled, and through each chief and captain thrilled, to hear that march proclaimed to bring dear Rama back from wandering. From house to house the tidings flew, each soldier's wife the order knew, and as she listened blithe and gay, her husband urged to speed away. Captain and soldier soon declared, their host equipped and all prepared, with chariots matching taut for speed, and wagons drawn by ox and steed, when Bharat by Vasistha's side his ready host of warriors eyed. Thus in Sumantra's ear he spoke, my car and horses quickly yoke. Sumatra hastened to fulfill, with ready joy his master's will, and quickly with the chariot sped, drawn by fleet horses nobly bred. Then glorious Bharat, true devout, whose genuine valour none could doubt, gave in fit words his order out, for he would seek the shade of the great distant wood and there win his dear brother with his prayer. Sumantra haste, my will declare, the host be all arrayed, I to the wood my way will take, to Rama supplication make, and for the world's advantage's sake will lead him home again. Then ordered thus the charioteer, who listened with delighted ear, went forth and gave his orders clear to captains of the train. He gave the popular chiefs the word, and with the news his friends he steered, and not a single man deferred, preparing for the road. Then Brahman, warrior, merchant, thrall, obedient to Sumantra's call, each in his house arose, and all, yoked elephant or camel tall, or ass or noble steed in stall, and the full appointed showed. Canto 83. The journey began. Then Bharat rose at early morn, and in his noble chariot borne, drove forward at a rapid pace, eager to look on Rama's face. The priests and lords, a fair array, in sun-bright chariots led the way. Behind, a well-appointed throng, 9,000 elephants streamed along. Then 60,000 cars, and then, with various arms, came fighting men. 100,000 archers showed, in lengthened line the steeds they rode, a mighty host the march to grace of Bharat, pride of Raghu's race. Kaikeyi and Sumitra came, and good Kaushalya, dear to fame. By hopes of Rama's coming cheered, they in a radiant car appeared. On fared the noble host to see Rama and Lakshman, wild with glee, and steal each other's ear to please, of Rama spoke in words like these. When shall our happy eyes behold our hero true and pure and bold, so lustrous dark, so strong of arm, who keeps the world from woe and harm? The tears that now our eyeballs dim will vanish at the sight of him, and as the whole world's black shadows fly, when the bright sun ascends the sky. Conversing thus, their way pursued the city's joyous multitude, and each in mutual rapture pressed a friend or neighbor to his breast. Thus every man of high renown, and every merchant of the town, and leading subjects joyous went toward Rama in his banishment. And those who walked the potter's wheel, and artists skill in gems to deal, and masters of the weaver's art, and those who shaped the sword and dart, and they who golden trinkets made, and those who plied the fuller's trade, and servants trained the bat to heat, and they who dealt in incense sweet, physicians in their business skilled, and those who wine and mead distilled, and workmen deft in glass who wrought, and those who snares the peacock caught, with them who bore the ear for rings, or sought or fashioned ivory things, and those who knew to mix cement, or lived by cell of precious scent, and man who washed, and man who sewed, and thralls who mid the hearts abode, and fishers of the flood and day, who played and sung, and women gay, and virtuous Brahmins scripture-wise, of life approved in all men's eyes. These swelled the prince's Langdon train, borne each in car or bullock wain. Fair were the robes they wore upon, their limbs were red-hued unguent sun. These all in various modes conveyed their journey after Bharat made. The soldiers' hearts with rapture glowed, following Bharat on his road, their chief, whose tender love would fain bring his dear brother home again. With elephant and horse and car, the vast procession travelled far, and came where Ganga's waves below the town of Sringavera flow. There, with his friends and kinsmen nigh, dwelt Guha, Rama's dear ally, heroic guardian of the land, with dauntless heart and ready hand. There, for a while, the mighty foes that followed Bharat stayed its course, gazing on Ganga's bosom stirred by many a graceful water bird. When Bharat viewed his followers there, and Ganga's water blessed and fair, the prince, who law of words possessed, his counsellors and lords addressed. The captains of the army called, proclaimed this day a halt for all, that so tomorrow rested we may cross this flood that seeks the sea. Meanwhile, descending to the shore, the funeral stream I fain would pour, from Ganga's fair auspicious tide, to him my father glorified. Thus Bharat spoke, its peer and lord approved his words with one accord, and bade the weary troops repose in separate spots wherever they chose. There, by the mighty stream that day, most glorious in its vast array, the prince's wearied army lay in various groups reclined. There Bharat's hour of night was spent, while every eager thought he bent on bringing home from banishment his brother great of mind. Canto 84. Guha's Anger. King Guha saw the host spread over the wide expanse of Ganga's shore, with waving flag and pennon graced, and to his followers spoke in haste. A mighty army meets my eyes, that rivals ocean's self in size. Wherever I look my very mind no limit to the host can find. Sure, Bharat with some evil thought his army to our land has brought. See, hues of form, his flag he rears, that like an ebony tree appears. He comes with bonds to take and chain, or triumph over our people slain, and after Rama will he slay, him whom his father drove away. The power complete he longs to gain, and task too hard usurp the reign. So Bharat comes with wicked will, his brother Rama's blood to spill. But Rama's slave and friend am I, he is my lord and dear ally. Keep here our watching arms arrayed, near Ganga's flood to lend him aid, and let my gathered servants stand, and line with troops the river stand. Here let the river keepers meet, who flesh and roots and berries eat. 100 fishersmen each boat, of the 500 here afloat. And let the youthful and the strong assemble in defensive throng. But yet, if, free from guilty thought, against Rama he this land have sought, the prince's happy host today across the flood shall make its way. He spoke, then bearing in a dish a gift of honey, meat, and fish, the king of the Nishadas drew toward Bharat for an interview. When Bharat's noble charioteer observed the monarch hastening near, he duly, skilled in courteous lore, the tidings to his master bore. This aged prince, who hither bends his footsteps with 1,000 friends, knows from a lie of Rama all that may in Dandak Ud befall. Therefore Kakutsta's son admit the monarch as is right and fit, for doubtless he can clearly tell where Rama now and Lakshman dwell. When Bharat heard Sumatra's read, to his fair words the prince agreed. Go quickly forth, he cried, and bring before my face the aged king. King Guha, with his kinsmen near, rejoiced the summoning to hear. He nearer drew, bowed low his head, and thus to royal Bharat said, No mansions can our country boast, and unexpected comes thy host. But what we have I give thee all, rest in the lodging of thy thrall. See, the Nisads here have brought the fruit and roots their hands have sought, and we have woodland fare beside, and store of meat both fresh and dried. To rest their weary limbs, I pray, this night at least thy host may stay. Then cheered with all we can bestow, tomorrow thou with it mayst go. End of Cantos 82, 83, and 84. Cantos 85 to 87 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 85. Guha and Bharat. Thus the Nishada's king besought, the prince with spirit wisdom fraught, replied in seemly words that blent deep matter with argument. Thou, friend of him whom I revere, with honours high hast met me here, for thou alone wouldst entertain and feed today so vast a train. In such fair words the prince replied, then, pointing to the path, he cried, which way aright will lead my feet to Bharadwaja's calm retreat? For all this land near Ganga streams, pathless and hard to traverse seems. Thus spoke the prince, King Guha heard, delighted every prudent word, and gazing on the forest wide, raised suppliant hands and thus replied, my servants, all the ground who know, O glorious prince, with thee shall go, with constant care thy way to guide, and I will journey by thy side. But this thy host, so wide dispread, wakes in my heart one doubt and dread, lest, threatening Rama good and great, ill thoughts thy journey stimulate. But when King Guha, ill at ease, declared his fear in words like these, as pure as is the cloudless sky, with soft voice Bharat made reply, suspect me not, never come the time for me to plot so foul a crime. He is my eldest brother, he is like a father dear to me. I go to lead my brother thence, who makes the wood his residence. No thought but this thy heart should frame, this simple truth my lips proclaim. Then with glad cheer King Guha cried, with Bharat's answer gratified, blessed art thou on earth I see, none who may vie, O prince, with thee, who canst of thy free will resign the kingdom which unsought is thine. For this, a name that never shall die, thy glory through the world shall fly, who fain wouldst balm thy brother's pain, and lead the exile home again. As Guha does, and Bharat each, to others spoke in friendly speech, the day god sank with glory dead, and night over all the sky was spread. Soon as King Guha's thoughtful care had quartered all the army there, well honored, Bharat laid his head beside Satrughna on a bed. But grief for Rama yet oppressed high-minded Bharat's faithful breast. Such torment little was deserved by him who never from duty swerved. The fever raced through every vein, and burnt him with its inward pain. So when in woods the flames leap free, the fire within consumes the tree. From heat of burning anguish sprung, the sweat upon his body hung, as when the sun with fervid glow on high Himalaya melts the snow. As banished from the heart a bull wanders alone and sorrowful, thus sighing and distressed, and misery and bitter grief, with fevered heart that mocked relief, distracted in his mind the chief still mourned and found no rest. Canto 86. Guha's Speech. Guha the king, acquainted well with all that in the wood befell, to Bharat the unequalled told the tale of Lakshman mighty souled. With many an honest word I spake to Lakshman as he stayed awake, and with his bow and shaft in hand to guard his brother kept his stand. Now sleep a little, Lakshman, see, this pleasant bed is strewn for thee. Hereon thy weary body lay, and strengthen thee with rest, I pray. Inured to toil, a man like these, but thou hast aye been nursed in ease. Rest, duteous-minded, I will keep my watch while Rama lies asleep. For in the whole wide world is none dearer to me than Raghu's son. Harbour no doubt or jealous fear, I speak the truth with heart sincere. For from the grace which he has shown, will glory on my name be thrown. Great store of merit shall I gain, and duteous form no wish in vain. Let me enforced by many a row of followers armed with shaft and bow, for well of Rama's will provide, who lies asleep by Sita's side. For through this wood I often go, and all its shades conceal I know. And we with conquering arms can meet, a fourfold host arrayed complete. With words like these I spoke, designed to move the high-souled Bharat's mind, but he upon his duty bent, plied his persuasive argument. Oh, how can slumber close mine eyes, when lowly couched with Sita lies, the royal Rama, can I give my heart to joy or even leave? He whom no mighty demon know, nor heavenly God can overthrow. See Guha, how he lies, alas, with Sita couched on gathered grass. By varied labours long severe, by many a prayer and rite austere, he, Dasarat's cherished son, by fortune's tempt from heaven was won. Now, as his son is forced to fly, the king ere long will surely die. Reft of his guardian hand, forlorn, in idiot grief this land will mourn. Even now perhaps, with toil overspent, the women cease their loud lament, and cries of war no longer ring throughout the palace of the king. But ah, for said Kaushalya, how fair she and mine own mother now! How fares the king? This night I think some of the tree in death will sink. With hopes upon Shatrugna set, my mother may survive as yet, but the sad queen will die who bore the hero, for her grief is sore. His cherished wish that would have met dear Rama king so long delayed, too late, too late, the king will cry, and conquered by his misery die. When fate has brought the mournful day, which sees my father pass away, how happy in their lives are they, allowed his funeral rites to pay. Our exile over, with him who never turns from the oath his lips may swear, may we, returning safe and well, gain in fair Ayodhya dwell. Thus Bharat stood with many a sigh, lamenting, and the night went by. Soon as the morning light shone fair, in votive coils both bound their hair. And then I sent them safely over, and left them on the farther shore. With Sita then they onward passed, their coats of bark about them cast, their locks like hermits bound, the mighty tamers of the foe, each with his arrows and his bow, went over the rugged ground, proud in their strength and undeterred, like elephants that lead the herd, and gazing oft around. Canto 87. Guha's Story. That speech of Guha Bharat heard, with grief and tender pity stirred, and his ears the story drank, deep in his thoughtful heart it sank. His large full eyes in anguish rolled, his trembling limbs grew stiff and cold. Then fell he like a tree uptorn, in war too grievous to be borne. When Guha saw the long-armed chief, whose eye was like a lotus leaf, with lion shoulders strong and fair, high-mettled, prostrate in despair, pale, bitterly afflicted he, reeled as an earthquake reels a tree. But when Shatrugna, standing nigh, saw his dear brother helpless lie, distraught with war, his head he bowed, embraced him oft, and wept aloud. Then Bharat's mothers came, forlorn, of their dear king with fasting worn, and stood with weeping eyes around, the hero prostrate on the ground. Kaushalya, by her woe oppressed, the senseless Bharat's limbs caressed, as a fond cow in love and fear caresses oft her youngling deer. Then yielding to her woe she said, weeping and sore disquieted, "What torments, O my son, are these, of sudden pain or swift disease? The lives of us and all the line depend, dear child, on only thine. Rama and Lakshman forced to flee, I live by naught but seeing thee. For as the king has passed away, thou art my only help to-day. Hast thou, perchance, heard evil news of Lakshman, which thy soul subdues? Or Rama dwelling with his spouse, my all is he, net forest boughs?" Then slowly gathering sense and strength, the weeping hero rose at length, and words like these to Guha spake, that bade Kaushalya comfort take. Where lodged the prince that night, and where Lakshman the brave and Sita fair? Show me the couch whereon he lay, tell me the food he ate, I pray. Then Guha, the Nishada's king, replied to Bharat's questioning. Of all I had, I brought the best, to serve my good and honored guest. Food of its varied kind I chose, and every fairest fruit that grows. Rama, the hero, truly brave, declined the gift I humbly gave. His warrior part he never forgot, and what I brought accepted not. No gifts, my friend, may we accept. Our law is, give, and must be kept. The high-souled chief, O monarch, does, with gracious words persuaded us. Then calm and still, absorbed in thought, he drank the water Lakshman brought. And then, obedient to his vows, he fasted with his gentle spouse. So Lakshman too from food abstained, and sipped the water that remained. Then with ruled lips devoutly stayed the tree their evening worship paid. Then Lakshman, with unwearied care, brought heaps of sacred grass, and there, with his own hands, he quickly spread, for Rama's rest, a pleasant bed, and faithful Sita's too, where they, reclining each by other lay. Then Lakshman bathed their feet and drew a little distance from the two. Here stands the tree which lent them shade, here is the grass beneath it laid, where Rama and his consort spent the night together ere they went. Lakshman, whose arms the foeman quell, watched all night as sentinel, and kept his great bow strung. His hand was gloved, his arm was braced, two well-filled quivers at his waist, with deadly arrows hung. I took my shafts and trusty bow, and with that tamer of the foe, stood ever wakeful near, and with my followers bow in hand, behind me ranged a ready band, kept watch over Indra's peer. End of Cantos 85, 86, and 87. Cantos 88 to 90 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 88, The Inguri Tree. When Bharat with his friend and peer had heard the tale so full and clear, they went together to the tree, the bed which Rama pressed to see. Then Bharat to his mother said, Behold the high-souled hero's bed, these tumbled heaps of grass betray, where he that night with Sita lay. Unmeet, the heir of fortune high, thus on the cold bare earth should lie. The monarch's son, in council sage, of old imperial lineage, that lion lord whose noble bed with finest skins of deer was spread, how can he now endure to press the bare earth, cold and comfortless? This sudden fall from bliss to grief appears untrue beyond belief. My senses are distraught, I seem to view the fancies of a dream. There is no deity so great, no power in heaven can master fate. If Rama, Dasharatha's heir, lay on the ground and slumbered there, and lovely Sita, she who springs from fair Budeha's ancient kings, Rama's dear wife, by all adored, lay on the earth beside her lord. Here was his couch, upon this heap, he tossed and turned in restless sleep. On the hard soil each manly limb has stamped the grass with signs of him. That night it seems, fair Sita spent, arrayed in every ornament, for here and there my eyes behold small particles of glistering gold. She laid her outer garment here, for still some silken threads appear. How dear in her devoted eyes must be the bed where Rama lies, where she so tender could repose, and by his side forget her woes. Alas, unhappy, guilty me, for whom the prince was forced to flee, and chief of Raghu's sons and best, a bed like this with Sita pressed. Son of a royal sire, whose hand ruled paramount over every land, could he who every joy bestows, whose body like the lotus shows. The friend of all, who charms the sight, whose flashing eyes are darkly bright, leave the dear kingdom his by right, unmeet for war the heir of bliss, and lie upon a bed like this. Great joy and happy fate are thine, O Lakshman, marked with each fair sign, whose faithful footsteps follow still, thy brother in his hour of ill. And blessed is Sita, nobly good, who dwells with Rama in the wood. Ours is, alas, a doubtful fate, of Rama reft and desolate. My royal sire has gained the skies, in woods the high-souled hero lies. The state is wrecked and tempest-tossed, a vessel with her rudder lost. Yet none in secret thought has planned, with hostile might to seize the land. Though forced in distant wilds to dwell, the hero's arm protects it well. Unguarded with deserted wall, no elephant or steed in stall. My father's royal city shows her portals open to her foes, of bold protectors reft and bare, defenseless in her dark despair. But still her foes the wish restrain, as men from poisoned gates refrain. I from this hour my nights will pass, couched on the earth or gathered grass. Eat only fruit and roots, and wear a coat of bark and matted hair. I in the woods will pass, content, for him the term of banishment. So shall I still unbroken save the promise which the hero gave. While I remain for Rama there, Shatrugna will my exile share, and Rama in his home again, with Lakshman over Ayodhya reign. For him to rule and guard the state, the twice-born man shall consecrate. Oh, may the gods I serve incline to grant this honest wish of mine. If, when I bow before his feet, and with all moving arts entreat, he still deny my prayer, then with my brother will I live. He must permission give, roaming in forests there. Canto 89. The Passage of Ganga. That night the son of Raghu lay on Ganga's bank till break of day. Then with the earliest light he woke, and thus to brave Shatrugna spoke. Rise up, Shatrugna, from thy bed. Why sleepest thou? The night is fled. See how the sun who chases night wakes every lotus with his light. Arise, arise, and first of all the Lord of Sringaveda call, for he his friendly aid will lend, our army over the flood to send. Thus urged, Shatrugna answered, I, remembering Rama's sleepless lie, as does the brothers each to each, the lion melted and its speech. Came Guha, the Nishada's king, and spoke with kindly questioning. Hast thou in comfort passed, he cried, the night upon the river side? With thee how fares it, and are these thy soldiers healthy and at ease? Thus the Nishada's lord inquired, in gentle words which love inspired, and Bharat, Rama's faithful slave, thus to the king his answer gave. The night has sweetly passed, and we are highly honored, king, by thee. Now let the servants' boats prepare, our army over the stream to bear. The speech of Bharat Guha heard, and swift to his bidding steered. Within the town the monarch sped, and to his ready kinsman said, Awake, its kinsman, rise, its friend. May every joy your lives attend. Gather its boat upon the shore, and ferry all the army over. Thus Guha spoke, nor they delayed, but rising quick their lord obeyed, and soon from every side secured 500 boats were ready moored. Some reared aloft the mystic sign, and mighty bells were hung in line. Of firmest build gay flags they bore, and sailors for the helm and war. One such King Guha chose, whereon of fair white cloth a awning shone, and sweet musicians charmed the ear, and bade his servants urge it near. Then Bharat swiftly sprang on board, and then Shatrugna, famous lord, to whom with many a royal dame Kaushalya and Sumitra came. The household priest went first in place, the elders and the Brahman race, and after them the monarch's train of women born in many a wane. Then high to heaven the shouts of those who fired the army's huts arose, with theirs who bedded along the shore, or to the boats the baggage bore. Full freighted with that mighty force, the boats sped swiftly on their course, by royal Guha's servants manned, and gentle gales the banners fanned. Some boats a crowd of dames conveyed, in others noble coursers neighed. Some chariots and their cattle bore, some precious wealth and golden store. Across the stream its boat was rowed, there duly disembarked its load, and then returning on its way, sped here and there in merry play. Then swimming elephants appeared, with flying pennons high upreared, and as the drivers urged them over, the look of winged mountains wore. Some men in barges reached the strand, others on rafts came safe to land. Some by oared with pitchers crossed the tide, and others on their arms relied. Thus with the help the monarch gave, the army crossed pure Ganga's wave. Then in auspicious hour it stood, within Prayag's famous ode. The prince with cheering words addressed his weary men, and bade them rest, wherever they chose and hid, with priest and Deccan by his side, to Varadaja's dwelling hide, the best of saints to see. Canto 90. The Hermitage. The Prince of Man, a league away, saw where the hermit's dwelling lay. Then with his lords his path pursued, and left his warrior multitude. On foot, as duty taught his mind, he left his warlike gear behind. 2 robes of linen cloth he wore, and bade Vasistha walk before. Then Varat from his lords withdrew, when Varadwaja came in view, and toward the holy hermit went, behind Vasistha reverent. When Varadwaj, saint austere, saw good Vasistha drawing near, he cried, upspringing from his seat, "The grace gift bring, my friend, to greet." When Saint Vasistha near him drew, and Varat paid the reverence due, the glorious hermit was aware that Dasaratha's son was there. The grace gift, water for their feet, he gave, and offered fruit to eat. Then duty skilled, with friendly speech, in seemly order questioned each. How fares it in Ayodhya now, with treasury and army how, with kith and kin and friends most dear, with counsellor and prince and peer? But for he knew the king was dead, of Dasaratha naught he said. Vasistha and the prince in turn, earth of the hermit's welfare learn. Of holy fires they fain would hear, of peoples, trees and birds and deer. The glorious saint his answer made, that all is well in holy shade. Then love of Rama moved his breast, and thus he questioned of his guest. Why art thou here, O prince, whose band, with kingly sway, protects the land? Declare the cause, explain the whole, for yet some doubt disturbs my soul. He whom Kaushalya bare, whose might the foeman slays his line's delight, he who with wife and brother sent, afar now roam in banishment. Famed prince, to whom his father spake this order for a woman's sake, away and in the forest spend thy life till 14 years shall end. Hast thou the wish to harm him bent on sin against the innocent? Wouldst thou thine elders' realm enjoy, without a thorn that can annoy? With sobbing voice and tearful eye, thus Bharat sadly made reply, Ah, lost am I, if thou, O saint, canst thus in thought my heart attaint. No warning charge from thee I need, never could such crime from me proceed. The words my guilty mother spake, when fondly jealous for my sake, think not that I, to triumph moved, those words approve or ever approved. O hermit, I have sought this place, to win the lordly hero's grace, to throw me at my brother's feet, and lead him to his royal seat. To this my journey's aim and end, thou shouldst, O saint, thy favour lend. Where is the Lord of art, do thou, most holy, say, where roams he now? Then by the saint Vasistha pressed, and all the gathered priests beside, to Bharat's dutiful request, the hermit graciously replied. Worthy of thee, O prince, this deed, true son of Raghu's ancient seed. I know thee reverent, well controlled, the glory of the good of old. I grant thy prayer in this pursuit, I know thy heart is resolute. It is for thy sake those words I said, that wider still thy fame may spread. I know where Rama duty tried, his brother and his wife abide. Where Chitrakuta's heights arise, thy brother Rama's dwelling lies. Go thither with the morning's light, and stay with all thy lords tonight. For I will show thee honour high, and do not thou my wish deny. End of Cantos 88, 89 and 90. Cantos 91 to 93 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 91. Bharadwaja's Feast. Soon as he saw the prince's mind to rest that day was well inclined, he sought Kaikeyi's son to please with hospitable courtesies. Then Bharat to the saint replied, "Our wants are more than satisfied. The gifts which honored strangers greet, and water for our weary feet, hast thou bestowed with friendly care, and every choice of woodland fare." Then Bharadwaja spoke, a smile playing upon his lips the while, "I know, dear prince, thy friendly mind will any fare sufficient find, but gladly would I entertain, and banquet all thine armed train. Such is my honest wish, do thou this longing of my heart allow. Why hast thou hither bent thy way, and made thy troops behind thee stay? Why unattended couldst thou not with friends and armies seek this part?" Bharat, with reverent hands raised high, to the great hermit made reply, "My troops, for war of thee, O sage, I brought not to thy hermitage. Troops of a king or monarch's son, a hermit's home should ever shun. Behind me comes a mighty train, wide-spreading over the ample plain, where every chief and captain leads, men, elephants, and mettled steeds. I feared, O reverend sage, lest these might harm the holy ground and trees, springs might be marred and carts overthrown, so with the priests I came alone." "Bring all thy host," the hermit cried, and Bharat to his joy complied. Then to the chapel went the sire, where ever burnt the sacred fire, and first in order due, with sips of water purified his lips. To Vishwakarma then he prayed, his hospitable feast to aid. Let Vishwakarma hear my call, the God who forms and fashions all. A mighty banquet I provide, be all my wants this day supplied. Lord Indra at their head, the three, who guard the worlds I call to me. A mighty host this day I feed, be now supplied my every need. Let all the streams that eastward go, and those whose waters westering flow, both on the earth and in the sky, flow hither and my wants supply. Be some with ardent liquor filled, and some with wine from flowers distilled, while some their fresh cold streams retain, sweet as the juice of sugar cane. I call the gods, I call the band of minstrels that around them stand. I call the ha-ha and hoo-hoo, I call the sweet Visavashu, I call the heavenly wives of those, with all the bright apsaras. Alumbasha of beauty rare, the charmer of the tangled hair, Kritachi and Viswasi fair, Hema and Vima sweet to view, and lovely Nagananda too, and all the sweetest nymphs who stand by Indra or by Brahma's hand. I summon these with all their train, and Tambaru to lead the strain. Here let Kuvera's garden rise, which far in northern Kuru lies, for leaves let cloth and gems entwine, and let its fruit be nymphs divine. Let Soma give the noblest food, to feed the mighty multitude, of every kind for tooth and lip, to chew, to lick, to suck and sip. Let rats, where fairest flowers abound, spring from the trees that bloom around. Each sort of wine to woo the taste, and meats of every kind be placed. Thus spake the hermit self-restrained, with proper tone by rules ordained, on deepest meditation bent, in holy might preeminent. Then, as with hands in reverence raised, absorbed in thought he eastward gazed, the deities he thus addressed came each in semblance manifest. Delicious gales that cooled the frame from Malaya and Order came, that kissed those scented hills and threw auspicious fragrance where they blew. Then falling fast in sweetest showers, came from the sky immortal flowers, and all the airy region round with heavenly drums was made to sound. Then breathed a soft celestial breeze, then danced the bright apsaras. The minstrels and the gods advanced, and warbling lutes the soul entranced. The earth and sky that music filled, and through each ear it softly trilled, as from the heavenly coils it fell, with time and tune at tempered well. Soon as the minstrels ceased to play, and the air celestial died away, the troops of Bharat saw amazed what Vishwakarma's art had raised. On every side, 5 leagues around, all smooth and level lay the ground, with fresh green grass that charmed the sight, like sapphires blent with lazulite. There the wood apple hung its load, the mango and the citron glowed, the bell and scented jack were there, and Apela with fritters fair. There, brought from northern Kuru stood, rich in delight, the glorious wood, and many a stream was seen to glide, with flowering trees along its side. There mansions rose with 4 wide halls, and elephants and charger stalls, and many a house of royal state, triumphal arch and bannered gate. With noble doorways sought the sky, like a pale cloud, a palace high, which far and wide rare fragrance shed, with wreaths of white and garlanded. Square was its shape, its halls were wide, with many a seat and couch supplied. Drink of all kinds, and every meat, such as celestial gods might eat. Then at the bidding of the seer, Kaikeyi's strong-armed son drew near, and passed within that fair abode, which with the noblest jewels glowed. Then, as Vasistha led the way, the counsellors in due array followed delighted and amazed, and on the glorious structure gazed. Then Bharat, Raghu's son, drew near the kingly throne with prince and peer, whereby the chowri in the shade of the white canopy was laid. Before the throne he humbly bent, and honored Rama reverent. Then in his hand the chowri bore, and sat where seats a counsellor. His ministers and household priests sat by degrees from chief to least. Then sat the captain of the host, and all the men he honored most. Then when the saint his order gave, each river with enchanted wave rolled milk and curds divinely sweet before the Prince Bharat's feet, and dwelling fair on either side, with gay white plaster beautified, the heavenly roofs were seen to lift the Brahman Bharadwaja's gift. Then, straight by Lord Kubera sent, gay with celestial ornament, of bright attire and jewels shine, came 20,000 names divine. The man on whom those beauties glanced, that moment felt his soul entranced. With them from London's blissful shades came 20,000 heavenly maids. Tumbaru, Narad, Gopal came, and Sutanu like radiant flame. The kings of Gandharva throng, and ravished Bharat with their song. Then spoke the saint, and swift obeyed Alumbasha, the fairest maid, and Mishrakeshi, bride the veil, Ramana, Pundrika too, and danced to him with graceful ease the dances of Apsaris. All chaplet dead by gods are worn, by Chitrarath's graves at dawn, bloomed by the saints' command arrayed on branches in Prayaga's shade. When at the saints' command the bridge made music with the Vilva trees, to wave in rhythmic beat began the boughs of its mighty bolan. And holy fig trees wore the look of dancers as their leaflets shook, the fair tamala, palm and pine, with trees that tower and plants that twine, the swiftly varying forms displayed of stately dame or bending maid. Here man the foaming wine-cup quaffed, here drank of milk full many a draught, and tasted meats of every kind, well-dressed, whatever pleased their mind. Then beauteous women, 7 or 8, stood ready by each man to wait. Beside the stream his limbs they stripped, and in the cooling water dipped. And then the fair ones, sparkling-eyed, with soft hands rubbed his limbs and dried, and sitting on the lovely bank, held up the wine-cup as he drank. Nor did the grooms forget to feed camel and mule and ox and steed, for there were stores of roasted grain, of honey and of sugar cane. So fast the wild excitement spread among the warriors Bharat led, that all the mighty army threw the groom no more his charger knew, and he who drove might seek in vain to tell his elephant again. With every joy and rapture fired, entranced with all the heart desired, the myriads of the host that night revelled delirious with delight. Urged by the damsels at their side, In wild delight the warriors cried, "Never will we seek Ayodhya, no, nor yet to Dandak forest go. Here will we stay, and many happy fate on Bharat and Rama wait." Thus cried the army gay and free, exulting in their lawless glee, both infantry and those who rode on elephants or steeds bestrode. 10,000 voices shouting, "This is heaven indeed for perfect bliss." With garlands decked they idly strayed, and danced and laughed and sang and played. At length, as every soldier eyed, with food like amrit satisfied, each dainty cake and tempting meat, no longer had he care to eat. The soldier, servant, dame, and slave received whatever the wish might crave. As each in new wrought clothes arrayed, enjoyed the feast before him laid, each man was seen in white attire, unstained by spot or speck of mire. None was athirst or hungry there, and none had dust upon his hair. On every side in woody dells was milky food in bubbling wells, and there were all supplying cows, and honey dropping from the boughs. Nor wanted lakes of flour-made drink, with piles of meat upon the brink, boiled, stewed, and roasted very cheer, pichik and jungle fowl and deer. There was the flesh of kid and boar, and dainty sauce in endless store, with juice of flowers concocted well, and soup that charmed the taste and smell, and pounded fruits of bitter taste, and many a butt was ready placed. Down by each river's shelving side there stood great basins well supplied, and laid therein of dazzling sheen, white brushes for the teeth were seen, and many a covered box wherein was sandal powdered for the skin, and mirrors bright with constant care, and piles of new attire were there, and store of sandals and of shoes, thousands of pairs for all to choose. Iron jewels, combs for hair and beard, umbrellas fair and bows appeared. Lakes gleamed that lent digestive aid, and some for pleasant bathing made, with waters fair and smooth inclined, for camels, horses, mules, and kine. Their Saudi barley heaped on high, their countless cattle to supply. The golden grain shone fair and bright, as sapphires o'er the ledge light. To all the gathered host it seemed as if that magic scene they dreamed, and wonder, as they gazed, increased at Bharadwaja's glorious feast. Thus in the hermit's grove they spent that night in joy and merriment, blessed as the gods who take their ease under the shade of Nandan's trees. Each minstrel bade the saint adieu, and to his blissful mansion flew, and every stream and heavenly dame returned as swiftly as she came. Canto 92. Bharat's Farewell. So Bharat with his army spent the watches of the night content, and gladly with the morning's light drew near his host the anchorite. When Bharadwaja saw him stand, with hand in reverence joined to hand, when fires of worship had been fed, he looked upon the prince and said, "O blameless son, I pray thee tell, did the past night content thee well? Say if the feast my care supplied, thy host of followers gratified." His hands he joined, his head he bent, and spoke in answer reverent to the Most High and radiant sage who issued from his hermitage. "Well have I passed the night, thy feast gave joy to every man and beast, and I, great lord, and every peer were satisfied with sumptuous cheer. Thy banquet has delighted all, from highest chief to meanest thrall, and rich attire and drink and meat banish the thought of toil and heat. And now, O hermit good and great, a boon of thee I supplicate. To Rama's side my steps I bend, do thou with friendly eye command. O tell me how to guide my feet to virtuous Rama's lone retreat. Great hermit, I entreat thee say, how far from here and which the way?" Thus, by fraternal love inspired, the chieftain of the saint inquired. Then thus replied the glorious seer, of matchless might, of vows austere: "Ere the fourth leg from here be passed, amid a forest wild and vast, stands Chitrakota's mountain tall, lovely with wood and waterfall. North of the mountain thou wilt see the beauteous stream Mandakini, where swarm the waterfowl below, and gay trees on the margin grow. Then will a leafy court between the river and the hill be seen. It is Rama's, and the princely pair of brothers live for certain there. Hence to the south thine army lead, and then more southward still proceed. So shalt thou find his lone retreat, and there the son of Raghu meet. Soon as the ordered march they knew, the widows of the monarch flew, leaving their cars most meet to ride, and flocked to Bharadwaja's side. There, with the good Sumitra queen, Kaushalya, sad and worn, was seen, caressing, still with sorrow faint, the feet of that illustrious saint. Kaikeyi too, her longings crossed, reproached of all her object lost, before the famous hermit came, and clasped his feet, overwhelmed with shame. With circling steps she humbly went around the saint preeminent, and stood not far from Bharat's side, with heart oppressed and heavy-eyed. Then the great seer, who never broke one holy vow, to Bharat spoke. Speak, Raghu's son, I fain would learn the story of its queen in turn. Obedient to the high request, by Bharadwaja thus addressed, his reverent hands together laid, he, skilled in speech, his answer made. She whom, O saint, thou seest here, a goddess in her form appear, was the chief consort of the king, now worn with fast and sorrowing. As Aditi in days of yore, then all-preserving Vishnu bore, Kaushalya bore with happy faith, Lord Rama of the Lion's Gate. She who, transfixed with torturing pangs, on her left arm so fondly hangs, as when her withering leaves decay, droops by the wood the acacia's prey. Sumitra, pained with war is she, the consort second of the tree. Two princely sons the lady bare, fair as the gods in heaven are fair. And she, the wicked dame through whom my brothers' lives are wrapped in gloom, and mourning for his offspring dear, the king was sought his heavenly spare. Proud, foolish-hearted, swift to ire, self-fancied darling of my sire, Kaikeyi, most ambitious queen, unlovely with her lovely mien. My mother she, whose impious will is ever bent on deeds of ill, in whom the root and spring I see of all this war which crushes me. Quick breathing like a furious snake, with tears and sobs the hero spake, with reddened eyes aglow with rage, and Bharadwaja, mighty sage, supreme in wisdom, calm and grave, in words like these good counsel gave. O Bharat, hear the words I say, on her the fault thou must not lay, for many a blessing yet will spring from banished Rama's wandering. And Bharat, with the promise cheered, when circling round that saint revered, he humbly bade farewell, and then gave orders to collect his men. Prompt at the summons thousands flew, to cause which noble coursers drew, bright gleaming, glorious to behold, adorned with wealth of burnished gold. Then female elephants and male, gold-gartered with flags that wowed the gale, marched with their bright bells tinkling chime, like clouds when ends the summer time. Some cars were huge and some were light, for heavy draught or rapid flight, of costly price of every kind, with clouds of infantry behind. The dames Kaushalya at their head were in the noblest chariots led, and in every gentle bosom beat with hope the banished prince to meet. The royal Bharat, glory crowned, with all his retinue around, borne in a beauteous litter rode, like the young moon and sun that glowed. The army, as it streamed along, cars, elephants in endless throng, showed, marching on its southward way, like autumn clouds in long array. Canto 93, Chitrakuta Insight. As through the woods its way pursued, that mighty bannered multitude, wild elephants in terror fled, with all the startled hordes they led. And bears and deer were seen on hill, in forest glade by every reel, wide as the sea from coast to coast, the high-souled Bharat's mighty host. Covered the earth as cloudy trains obscure the sky when fall the rains. The stately elephants he led, and countless steeds the land overspread, so closely crowded that between their serried ranks no ground was seen. Then when the host had travelled far, and steeds were worn who drew the car, the glorious Bharat thus addressed Vasistha of his lords the best. The spot, methinks, we now behold, of which the holy hermit told, for as his words described, I trace each several feature of the place. Before us Chitrakuta shows, Mandakini beside us flows. Afar umbrageous woods arise, like darksome clouds that veil the skies. Now tread these mountain beasts of mine, on Chitrakota's fair incline. The trees their rain of blossoms shed, on tablelands beneath them spread, as from black clouds the floods descend, when the hard days of summer end. Satrugna, look, the mountain sea, where heavenly minstrels wander free, and horses browse beneath the steep, countless as monsters in the deep. Scared by my host, the mountain deer, starting with tempest speed appear, like the long lines of cloud that fly in autumn through the windy sky. See, every warrior shows his head, with fragrant blooms and garlanded. All look like southern soldiers who lift up their shields of azure hue. This lonely ode beneath the hill, that was so dark and drear and still, covered with man in endless streams, now like Ayodhya's city seems. The dust, which countless hoops excite, obscures the sky and veils the light. But see, swift winds those clouds dispel, as if they strove to please me well. See, guided in their sweet carrier, by many a skilful charioteer, those cars by fleetest coursers drawn, race onward over glade and lawn. Look, startled as the host comes near, the lovely peacocks fly in fear, gorgeous as if the fairest blooms of art had glorified their plumes. Look, where the sheltering covert shows the trooping deer, both bucks and does, that occupy in countless hearts this mountain populous with birds. Most lovely to my mind appears this place with every charm and ears. Fair as the road where tread the blest, here holy hermits take their rest. Then let the army onward press, and duly search its green recess. For the two lion lords till we Rama once more and Lakshman see. Thus Bharat spoke, and hero bands of men with weapon in their hands entered the tangled forest. Then a spire of smoke appeared in camp. Soon as they saw the rising smoke, to Bharat they returned and spoke. No fire where men are not, it is clear that Raghu's sons are dwelling here. Or if not here, those heroes dwell, whose mighty arms their foemen quell. Still other hermits here must be, like Rama, true and good as he. His ears attentive Bharat lent to their resistless argument. Then to his troops the chief who broke his foe's embattled army spoke. Here let the troops in silence stay, one step beyond they must not stray. Come Drishti and Sumandra, you, with me alone their path pursue. Their leader's speech the warriors heard, and from his place no soldier stirred, and Bharat bent his eager eyes where curling smoke was seen to rise. Their host his order well obeyed, and halting there in silence stayed, watching where from the thicket's shade they saw the smoke appear, and joy through all the army ran. Soon shall we meet, thought every man, the prince we hold so dear. End of Cantos 91, 92 and 93. Cantos 94 to 96 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 94, Chitrakuta. There long the son of Raghu dwelt, and love for hill and wood he felt. Then his Videhan spouse to please, and his own heart of war to ease, like some immortal Indra so, might Swarga's charms to Sasi sow. Drew her sweet eyes to each delight of Chitrakota's lovely height. Though reft of power and kingly sway, though friends and home are far away, I cannot mourn my altered lot, enamored of this charming spot. Look, darling, on this noble hill, which sweet birds with their music fill. Bright with 1,000 metal dyes, his lofty summits cleave the skies. See, there a silvery sheen is spread, and there, like blood, the rocks are red. There shows a streak of emerald green, and pink and yellow glow in between. There, where the higher peaks ascend, crystal and flowers and topaz blend, and others flash their light afar, like Mercury or some fair star. With such a store of metals dyed, the King of Hills is glorified. There, through the wild bird's populous home, the harmless bear and tiger roam. Hyenas range the woody slopes, with herds of deer and antelopes. See, love, the trees that clothe his side, all lovely in their summer pride, in richest wealth of leaves arrayed, with flower and fruit and light and shade. Look, where the young rose-apple glows, what loaded boughs the mango shows. See, waving in the western wind, the light leaves of the tamarind, and mark the giant peepal true, the feathery clump of tall bamboo. Look, on the level lands above, delighting in successful love, in sweet enjoyment many a pair of heavenly minstrels revels there, while overhanging boughs support their swords and mantles as they sport. Then see that pleasant shelter where play the bright daughters of the air. The mountains seem sweet bright cascade, and sweet reel bursting from the shade, like some majestic elephant over whose burning head the torrents pour. Where breathes the man who would not feel delicious languor over him steal, as the young morning breeze that springs from the cool cave with balmy wings, breathes round him laden with the scent of bud and blossom dew besprent. If many autumns here I spent with thee, my darling innocent, and Lakshman, I should never know the torture of the fires of war. This varied scene so charms my sight, this mount so fills me with delight, where flowers in wild profusion spring, and ripe fruits glow and sweet birds sing. My beauteous one, a double good springs from my dwelling in the wood. Loosed is the bond my sire that tied, and Bharat too is gratified. My darling, dost thou feel with me delight from every charm we see, of which the mind and every sense feel the enchanting influence? My fathers, who have passed away, the royal saints, were wont to say that life in woodland shades like these secures a king immortal bliss. See, round the hill at random thrown, huge masses lie of rugged stone, of every shape and many a hue, yellow and white and red and blue, but all is fairer still by night, each rock reflects a softer light, when the whole mount from foot to crest in drops of lambent flame is dressed, when from a million harps a pledge of their own luminous glory plays, and clothed in fire each deep ravine, each pinnacle and crag is seen. Some parts the look of mansions wear, and others are as gardens fair, while others seem a massive block of solid undivided rock. Behold those pleasant beds overlaid with lotus leaves for lovers made, where mountain bark and costas throw cool shadows on the pair below. See, where the lovers in their play have cast their flowery wreaths away, and fruit and lotus buds that crowned their boughs lie trodden on the ground. Not Kuru's realm is fair to see, Vasavakasara, Nalini, but rich in fruit and blossom still, more fair is Chitrakota's hill. Here shall the years appointed glide, with thee, my beauty, by my side, and Lakshman ever near. Here shall I live in all delight, make my ancestral fame more bright, tread in their path who walk aright, and to my oath adhere. Canto 95, Mandakini. Then Rama, like the lotus-eyed, descended from the mountain-side, and to the Maithili lady showed the lovely stream that softly flowed. And thus Ayodhya's lord addressed his bride of dames the loveliest, child of Videha's king her face, bright with the fair moon's tender grace. How sweetly glides, O darling, look, Mandakini's delightful brook, adorned with islets, blossoms gay, and sardases and swans at play. The trees with which her banks are lined show flowers and fruit of every kind. to match in radiant sheeny sea of King Kuvera's Nalini. My heart exhales with pleasure new the shelving band and forth to view, where gathering hearts of thirsty deer disturb the wave that ran so clear. Now look, those holy hermits mark, in skins of deer and coats of bark, with twisted coils of matted hair, the reverend men are bathing there. And as they lift their arms on high, the Lord of Day they glorify. These best of saints, my large-eyed spouse, are constant to their sacred vows. The mountain dances while the trees bend their proud summits to the breeze, and scatter many a flower and bud from branches that overhung the flood. There flows the stream like lucid pearl, round islets here the currents whirl, and perfect saints from middle air are flocking to the waters there. See, there lie flowers in many a heap, from boughs the whistling breezes sweep, and others wafted by the gale down the swift current dance and sail. Now see that pair of wildfowl rise, exulting with their joyful cries. Hark, darling, wafted from afar, how soft their pleasant voices are, to gaze on Chitrakota's hill, to look upon this lovely reel, to bend mine eyes on thee, dear wife, is sweeter than my city life. Come, bathe we in the pleasant reel, where dancing waves are never still, steered by those beings pure from sin, the sanctities who bathe therein. Come, dearest, to the stream descend, approach her as a darling friend, and deep thee in the silver flood, which lotuses and lilies stud. Let this fair hill Ayodhya seem, its sylvan things her people deem, and let these waters as they flow, our own beloved Saryu show. How blessed, mine own dear love, am I, thou fond and true art ever nigh, and duteous faithful Lakshman stays beside me, and my word obeys. Here every day I bade me tries, fruit, honey, roots for food suffice, and never my thoughts with longing stray to distant home or royal sway. For who this charming brook can see, where hearts of rhodria wander free, and on the flowery wooded brink apes, elephants, and lions drink, nor feel all sorrow fly? Thus eloquently spoke the pride of Raghu's children to his bride, and wandered happy by her side, where Chitrakuta azure dyed, uprears his peaks on high. Canto 96. The Magic Shaft. Thus Rama showed to Janak's child the varied beauties of the wild, the hill, the brook, and each fair spot, then turned to seek their leafy cot. North of the mountain Rama found a cavern in the sloping ground, charming to view. Its floor was strewn with many a mass of ore and stone. In secret shadow far retired, where gay birds sang with joy inspired, and trees their graceful branches swayed, with loads of blossom downward weighed. Soon as he saw the cave which took its living heart and changed the look, thus Rama spoke to Sita, who gazed wondering on the sylvan view. Does this fair cave beneath the height with a hun lady charm thy sight? The latest resting here a while, the languor of the way beguile. That block of stone, so smooth and square, was set for thee to rest on there, and like a thriving kesar tree, this flowery shrub overshadows thee. Thus Rama spoke, and Janak's child, by nature ever soft and mild, in tender words which love betrayed, her answer to the hero made. O pride of Raghu's children still, my pleasure is to do thy will. Enough for me thy wish to know, for hast thou wandered to and fro. Thus Sita spake in gentle tone, and went obedient to the stone, of perfect face and faultless limb, prepared to rest a while with him. And Rama, as she thus replied, turned to his spouse again and cried, Thou seest, love, this flowery shade, for sylvan creatures pleasure made, how the gum streams from trees and plants, torn by the tusks of elephants. Through all the forest clear and high resounds the shrill cicala's cry. Hark, how the kite above us moans, and calls her young in piteous tones. So may my hapless mother be, still mourning in a home for me. There mounted on the lofty soul, the loud bringaraj repeats his call. How sweetly now he tunes his throat, responsive to the coil's note. Or else the bard that now has sung may be himself the coil's young. Linked with such winning sweetness are the notes he pours irregular. See, round the blooming mango clings that creeper with her tender rings. So in thy love, when none is near, thine arms are thrown round me, my dear. Thus in his joy he cried, and she, sweet speaker on her lover's knee, of faultless limb and perfect face, grew closer to her lord's embrace. Reclining in her husband's arms, a goddess in her wealth of charms, she filled his loving breast anew with mighty joy that thrilled him true. His finger on the rock he laid, which veins of sanguine ore displayed, and painted over his darling's eyes the holy sign in mineral dyes. Bright on her brow the metal lay, like the young sun's first gleaming ray, and showed her in her beauty fair as the soft light of morning's air. Then from the acacia's leaden tree he picked fair blossoms in his glee, and as he decked each lovely tress, his heart overflowed with happiness. So resting on that rocky seat, a while they spent in pastime sweet. Then onward knit the shady boughs went Rama with his maternal spouse, she roaming in the forest shade, where every kind of creature strayed, observed a monkey wandering near, and clung to Rama's arm in fear. The hero Rama fondly laced his mighty arms around her waist, consoled his beauty in her dread, and scared the monkey till he fled. That holy mark of sanguine ore that gleamed on Sita's brow before, shone by that close embrace impressed upon the hero's ample chest. Then Sita, when the beast who led the monkey troop afar had fled, laughed loudly in light-hearted glee, that mark on Rama's chest to see. A clump of bright asokas fired the forest in their bloom attired, the restless blossoms as they gleamed, a host of threatening monkeys seemed. Then Sita thus to Rama cried, as longingly the flowers she eyed, "Pride of thy race, now let us go where those asoka blossoms grow." He on his darling's pleasure bent, with his fair goddess thither went, and roamed delighted through the wood where blossoming asokas stood, as Siva with Queen Uma roves through Himalaya's majestic groves. Bright with purpureal glow the pair of happy lovers spotted there, and each upon the other set a flower inwoven coronet. There many crown and chain they wove of blooms from that Ashoka grove, and in their graceful sport the two, fresh beauty over the mountain trio. The lover let his love survey its pleasant spot that round them lay, then turned they to their green retreat, where all was garnished gay and neat. By brotherly affection led, Sumitra's son to meet them sped, and showed the labours of the day, done while his brother was away. There lay 10 black deer duly slain, with arrows pure of poison stain, piled in a mighty heap to dry, with many other carcase nigh. And Lakshman's brother saw overjoyed the work that had his hands employed. Then to his consort thus he cried, "Now be the general gift supplied." Then Sita, fairest beauty, placed the food for living things to taste, and set before the brothers meat, and honey that the pair might eat. They ate the meal her hands supplied, their lips with water purified. Then Janak's daughter sat at last, and duly made her own repast. The other venison to be dried, piled up in heaps, was set aside, and Rama told his wife to stay, and drive the flocking crows away. Her husband saw her much distressed by one more bold than all the rest, whose wings wherever he chose could fly, now pierced the earth, now roamed the sky. Then Rama loved to see her steered to anger by the plaguing bird. Proud of his love, the beauteous dame, with burning rage was all aflame. Now here, now there, again, again, she chased the crow, but all in vain, and raising her so quick to strike, with beak and wing and claw alike, then how the proud lip quivered, how the dark frown marked her angry brow. When Rama saw her cheek aglow, with passion he rebuked the crow. But bold in impudence the bird, with no respect for Rama's word, fearless again at Sita flew. Then Rama's wrath to fury grew. The hero of the mighty arm spoke over a shaft the mystic charm, laid the dire weapon on his bow, and launched it at the shameless crow. The bird, empowered by gods to spring, threw out itself a rapid wing, through the tree walls in terror fled, still followed by that arrow dread. Wherever he flew, now here, now there, a cloud of weapons filled the air. Back to the high-souled prince he fled, and bent at Rama's feet his head. And then, as Sita looked, began his speech in accents of a man. "O pardon, and for pity's sake, spare Rama, spare my life to take. Wherever I turn, wherever I flee, no shelter from the shaft I see." The chieftain heard the crow entreat, helpless and prostrate at his feet, and while soft pity moved his breast, with wisest speech the bird addressed. I took the troubled Sita's part, and furious anger filled my heart. Then on the string my arrow lay, charmed with a spell, thy life to slay. Thou seekest now my feet to crave forgiveness and thy life to save. So shall thy prayer have due respect. The suppliant I must still protect, but never in vain this dart may flee. Yield for thy life a part of thee. What portion of thy body, say, shall this mine arrow rend away? Thus far, O bird, thus far alone, on thee my pity may be shown. Forfeit a part thy life to buy, it is better so to live than die. Thus Rama spoke, the bird of air, pondered his speech with anxious care, and wisely deemed it good to give one of his eyes that he might live. To Raghu's son he made reply, "O Rama, I will yield an eye, so let me in thy grace confide, and live hereafter single-eyed." Then Rama charged the shaft, and lo, full in the eye it smote the crow, and the Videha lady gazed upon the ruined eye amazed. The crow to Rama humbly bent, then where his fancy led he went. Rama with Lakshman by his side, with needful work was occupied. End of Cantos 94, 95 and 96. Cantos 97 to 99 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. GRIFFITH. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 97. Lakshman's Anger. Thus Rama showed his love the real, whose waters ran beneath the hill, then resting on his mountain seat, refreshed her with the choicest meat. So there reposed the happy two, then Bharat's army nearer drew. Rose to the skies a dusty cloud, the sound of trampling feet was loud. The swelling roar of marching men drove the rose tiger from his den, and scared amain the serpent race, flying to hole and hiding place. The herds of deer in terror fled, the air was filled with birds overhead. The bear began to leave his tree, the monkey to the cave to flee, while elephants were all amazed, as though the wood around them blazed. The lion oped his ponderous jaw, the buffalo looked round in awe. The prince, who heard the deafening sound, and saw the sylvan creatures round fly wildly startled from their rest, the glorious Lakshman thus addressed: "Sumitra's noble son, most dear, hark, Lakshman, what a roar I hear! The tumult of a coming crowd, appalling, deafening, deep and loud. The din that yet more fearful grows, scares elephants and buffaloes, are frightened by the lions, deer, are flying through the wood in fear. I fain would know who seeks this place, comes prince or monarch for the chase, or does some mighty beast of prey frighten the sylvan hearts away? It is hard to reach this mountain height, yea, even for birds in airy flight. Then feign, O Lakshman, would I know what cause disturbs the forest so. Lakshman in haste the wood to view climbed the high sal that near him grew. The forest all around he eyed, first gazing on the eastern side, then northward. When his eyes he bent, he saw a mighty armament of elephants and cars and horse, and men on foot a mingled force, and banners waving in the breach, and spoke to Rama words like these: Quick, quick, my lord, put out the fire, let Sita to the cave retire. Thy coat of mail around thee throw, prepare thine arrows and thy bow. In eager haste thus Lakshman cried, and Rama, lion lord, replied: Still closer be the armies camped, and say who leads the warlike band. Lakshman his answer thus returned, a furious rage within him burned, exciting him like kindled fire, to scorch the army in his ire. It is Bharat, he has made the throne, by consecrating rights his own. To gain the whole dominion thus, he comes in arms to slaughter us. I mark 3 high upon his car, he is Flagstaff of the Kovidar. I see his glittering banner glance, I see his chivalry advance, I see his eager warriors shine on elephants in lengthened line. Now grasp we each the shafts and bow, and higher up the mountain go. Or in this place, O hero, stand, with weapons in each ready hand. Perhaps beneath our might may fall this leader of the standard tall, and Bharat I this day may see, who brought this mighty war on thee, Sita and me, who drove away my brother from the royal sway. Bharat our foe at length is nigh, and by this hand shall surely die. Brother, I see no sin at all, if Bharat by my weapon fall. No fault is his who slays the foe, whose hand was first to strike the blow. With Bharat now the crime begins, who against thee and duty sins. The queen, athirst for royal sway, will see her darling son today fall by this hand, like some fair tree struck by an elephant slain by me. Kaikeyi's self shall perish too, with kitten kind and retinue, and art by my avenging deed shall from this mass of sin be freed. This day my wrath, too long restrained, shall fall upon the foe unchained, mad as the kindled flame that speeds, destroying through the grass and reeds. This day mine arrows keen and fierce the bodies of the foe shall pierce. The earth's on Chitrakota's side shall run with torrents crimson dyed. The wandering beasts of prey shall feed on heart-cleft elephant and steed, and drag to mountain caves away the bodies that my arrows slay. Doubt not that Bharat and his train shall in this mighty ood be slain. So shall I pay the debt my bow, and these my deadly arrows woe. Canto 98. Lakshman calmed. Then Rama, nobly, calm, allayed the wrath that Lakshman's bosom swayed. What need have we the sword to wield, to bend the bow or lift the shield, if Bharat brave and wise and good himself has sought this sheltering ood? I swear my father's will to do, and if I now my brother slew, what gain in kingship should I find, despised and scorned by all mankind? Believe me, even as I would shrink from poisoned meat or deadly drink, no power or treasure would I win by fall of friend or kith or kin. Brother, believe the words I speak, for your dear sakes alone I speak. Duty and pleasure, wealth and gain, a holy life, a happy reign. If royal sway my heart desires, my brother's will the wish inspires. Their bliss and safety is my care, by this uplifted bow I swear. It were not so hard for me to gain this broad land girdled by the main, but even Indra's royal might should never be mine in duty's spite. If any bliss my soul can see, deprived of their Satrugna thee, and Bharat, may the flame destroy with ashy gloom the selfish joy. For dearer than this life of mine, knowing the custom of our line, his heart with fond affection fraught, Bharat, Ayodhya's towns reside, and hearing when I came that I, with thee and Sita, forced to fly, with matted hair and hermit dress, am wandering in the wilderness, while grief his troubled senses storms, and tender love his bosom warms, from every thought of evil clear, is come to meet his brother here. Some grievous words perchance he spoke, Kaike's anger to provoke, then won the king and comes to lay before my feet the royal sway. Hither, methinks, in season due, comes Bharat for an interview, nor in his secret heart has he one evil thought against thee or me. What has he done ere now reflect, how failed in love or due respect, to make thee doubt his fate and lay this evil to his jaws today? Thou shouldst not join with Bharat's name, so harsh his speech and idle blame. The blows thy tongue at Bharat deals, my sympathizing bosom feels. How, urged by stress of an ill, should sons of their fathers lifeblood spill, or brother slay in impious strife a brother dearer than his life? If thou these cruel words hast said, by strong desire of empire led, my brother Bharat will I pray to give to thee the kingly sway. Give him the realm, my speech shall be, and Bharat will, methinks, agree. Thus spoke the prince whose chief delight was duty and to aid the right, and Lakshman keenly felt the blame, and shrank within himself for shame. And then his answer thus returned, with downcast eye and cheek that burned: Brother, I win to see thy face, one sire himself has sought this place. Thus Lakshman spoke and stood ashamed, and Rama saw and thus exclaimed: It is the strong-armed monarch, he is come, methinks, his sons to see, to bid us both the forest quit, for joys for which he deems us fit. He thinks on all our care and pain, and now would lead us home again. My glorious father hence will bear Sita, who claims all tender care. I see two coursers, fleet as storms, of noble breed and lovely forms. I see the beast of mountain side, who bears the king our father wise. The aged victor march this way, in front of all the armed array. But doubt and fear within me rise, for when I look with eager eyes, I see no white umbrella spread, world famous, over the royal head. Now, Lakshman, from the tree descend, and to my words attention lend. Thus spoke the pious prince, and he descended from the lofty tree, and reverent hand to hand applied, stood humbly by his brother's side. The host, compelled by Bharat's care, the earth from trampling feet to spare, thence crowding half a league each way, and camped around the mountain lay. Below the tall hill's shelving side gleamed the bright army far and wide, spread over the ample space, by Bharat led, who firmly true in duty from his bosom drew all pride, and near his brother drew to win the hero's grace. Canto 99. Bharat's Approach. Soon as the warriors took their rest, obeying Bharat's high behest, thus Bharat to Shatrugna spake: A band of soldiers with thee take, and with these hunters over and over the thickets of the wood explore. With bow, sword, arrows in their hands, let Guha with his kindred bands within this grove remaining trace the children of Kakutsta's race. And I meanwhile on foot will true this neighbouring earth my way pursue, with elders and the twice-born man, and every lord and citizen. There is, I feel, no rest for me, till Rama's face again I see, Lakshman in arms and glory great, and Sita born to happy fate. No rest until this cheek as bright as the fair moon rejoice my sight, no rest until I see the eye with which the lotus petals vie, till on my head those dear feet rest, with signs of royal rank impressed. None till my kingly brother gain his old hereditary reign, till over his limbs and noble head the consecrating drops be shed. How blessed is Janak's daughter, true to every wifely duty, who, cleaves faithful to her husband's side, whose realm is guarded by ocean's tide. This mountain too above the rest, even as the king of hills is blessed, whose shades Kakusta's shine and hold, as Nandan charms the lord of gold. Yea, happy is the tangled grove, where savage beasts unnumbered rove, where glory of the warrior race, King Rama finds a dwelling place. Thus Bharat, strong-armed hero, spake, and walked within the pathless brake. Over plains where gay trees bloomed he went, through boughs in tangled network bent, and then from Rama's cot appeared the banner which the flame upreared. And Bharat joyed with every friend to mark those smoky wreaths ascend. Here Rama dwells, he thought, at last the ocean of our toil is past. Then sure that Rama's hermit cot was on the mountain's side, he stayed his army on the spot, and on it Guha hied. End of Cantos 97, 98 and 99. Cantos 100 to 102 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 100, The Meeting. Then Bharat to Shatrugna showed the spot, and eager onward strode, first bidding Saint Vasistha bring the widowed consorts of the king. As by fraternal love impelled, his onward course the hero held. Sumatra followed close behind, Shatrugna with an anxious mind. Not Bharat's self more fain could be to look on Rama's face than he. As speeding on, the spot he neared, amid the hermit's homes appeared, his brother's cot with leaves overspread, and by its side a lowly shed. Before the shed great heaps were left of gathered flowers and billets cleft, and on the trees hung grass and bark, Rama and Lakshman's path to mark, and heaps of fuel to provide, against the cold stood ready dried. The long-armed chief, as on he went, in glory's light preeminent, with joyous words like these addressed the brave Shatrugna and the rest. This is the place, I little doubt, which Bharadwaja pointed out, not far from where we stand must be, the woodless stream Mandakini. Here on the mountain's woody side roam elephants in tusked pride, and ever with a roar and cry each other as they meet defy. And see those smoke wreaths thick and dark, the presence of the flame they mark, which hermits in the forest strive by every art to keep alive. O happy me, my task is done, and I shall look on Raghu's son, like some great saint who loves to treat his elders with all reverence meet. Thus Bharat reached the forest real, thus roamed the Chitrakota's hill, then pity on his breast awoke, and to his friends the hero spoke. Woe, woe upon my life and birth! The Prince of Man, the Lord of Art, has sought the lonely youth to dwell, sequestered in a hermit's cell. Through me these sorrows fall, on him the splendid Lord of all. Through me resigning earthly bliss, he hides him in a home like this. Now will I, by the world abhorred, fall at the dear feet of my Lord, and that fair Sita's too, to win his pardon for my heinous sin. As thus he sadly mourned and sighed, the son of Dasarath spied a bower of leafy branches made, sacred and lovely in the shade, of fair proportions large and tall, well roofed with boughs of palm and sal, arranged in order due overhead, like grass upon the altar spread. Two glorious bows were gleaming there, like Indra's in the rainy air, terror of foemen backed with gold, meet for the mightiest hand to hold, and quivered arrows cast ablaze, bright gleaming like the day god's rays. The serpents with their eyes aglow adorned their capital below. Great swords adorned the cottage laid, each in a case of gold brocade. There hung the trusty shields whereon with purest gold the bosses shone, the brace to bind the bowman's arm, the glove to shield his hand from harm, a lasso to the cottage lent from many a golden ornament. Safe was the cart from fear of man, as from wild beasts the lion's den. The fire upon the altar burned, that to the north and east was turned. Bharat his eager glances bent, and gazed within the cart intent. In deerskin dress with matted hair, Rama his chief was sitting there, with lion shoulders broad and strong, with lotus eyes, arms thick and long. The righteous sovereign, who should be Lord paramount from sea to sea, high-minded, born to lofty fate, like Brahma's self, supremely great, with Lakshman by his side and her, fair Sita, for his minister. And Bharat gazing, overcome by sorrow for a while was dumb. Then yielding to his woe he ran to Rama and with sobs began. He who a royal seat should feel, with subjects round to do his will, my elder brother, see him here, with sylvan creatures waiting near. The high-souled hero wont to wear the costliest robes exceeding fair, now banished in a deerskin dress, here keeps the path of righteousness. How brooks the son of Raghu now the matted locks which load his brow, around whose princely head were twined sweet blossoms of the rarest kind? The prince, whose merits grew acquired by rites performed as he desired, owed now a store of married gain, bought by his body's toil and pain. Those limbs to which pure sandal lent the freshness of its fragrant scent, exposed to sun and dust and rain, are now defiled with many a stain. And I, the wretched cause why this falls on the prince whose right is bliss. Ah me, that ever I was born to be the people's hate and scorn. Thus Bharat cried, of anguish sprung, great drops upon his forehead hung. He fell overpowered, his grief was such, ere he his brother's feet could touch. As on the glorious prince he gazed, in vain his broken voice he raised. Dear Lord, through the tears and sobbing came the only words his lips could frame, and brave Shatrughna wept aloud, as low at Rama's feet he bowed. Then Rama, while his tears ran fast, his arms around his brother's cast. Guha Sumatra came to meet the princes in their wild retreat. Brihaspati and Sukra bright their greeting thus rejoice to pay to the dear Lord who brings the night, and the great God who rules the day. Then wept the dwellers of the shade, whose eyes the princes meet to ride on mighty elephants surveyed, and cast all thought of joy aside. Canto 101. Bharat questioned. Then Rama gazed, and scarcely knew Bharat so worn and changed in hue. He raised him, kissed him on the head, embraced him, and thus kindly said, Where was thy father, brother dear, that thou art come to seek me here? Unmeet, if he be living yet, thy feet within the wood to set. I pray thee, now the cause declare, why thou hast left thy kingdom there, with matted locks and deerskin dress, to roam the distant wilderness. Thus questioned by the prince at length, Kaikeyi's son regained his strength, and hand to hand in reverence laid, to Rama thus his answer made. The great armed monarch, O my lord, has dared to do a thing abhorred, left us, and grieving for his son, a home among the gods has won. My mother, Queen Kaikeyi, gave the order to the king her slave, and at the bidding of the dame, he wrought the sin which mars his fame. Athirst for sway, her hopes are crushed, she mourns her son, her husband lost, and through her impious crime will go, for punishment to hell below. Now, O my lord, forgive me all, be gracious to thy lowly thrall, anointed king, accept today, like Indra's self, the royal sway. Be gracious, prince, to lord and peer, and widowed queens who seek thee here, accept the kingdom thine by right, and so thy faithful friends delight. Let the broad land no longer be all widowed and forlorn of thee. Let the full moon of autumn reign triumphant over the night again. These lords and I before thee bend, O Rama, to our prayer attend. O do not thou disgrace deny, thy brother, pupil, slave am I. Look on this venerable ring, advices of our sire the king. From age to age, so honored thou, shouldst grant their supplication now. As weeping thus the hero prayed, his head at Rama's feet he laid. Like a mad elephant he sighed, and Rama gazed and thus replied, How, brother, can a man of worth, true to his vows of noble birth, a man like me, commit a sin, the lordship of the land to win? No slightest shade of fault I see, O tamer of thy foes, in thee. But never shouldst thou in childish thought the queen thy mother blame in art. O brother wise and sinless, know the sacred laws would have it so, that from good wife and son require obedience to their lord and sire. And we are all the kings, for thus the virtuous ever reckon us. Yea, brother, be it known to thee, his wives and sons and pupils way. His is the right, if he deem fit, to bid me throned as monarch seat, or in a coat of bark expel, and deerskin in the wood to dwell. And O remember, best of all, who acts as claims of duty call, as to a virtuous sire is due, such honor claims a mother too. So they, whose lives have ever been by duty led, the king and queen, said, Rama, seek the forest shade, and I, what could I else, obeyed. Thou must the royal power retain, and over the famed Ayodhya reign. I, dressed in bark, my days will spend, where Dandak's forest wilds extend. So Dasarath spoke, our king, his share to each apportioning. Before his honored servants' eyes, then, heir of bliss, he sought the skies. The righteous monarch's honored will, whom all revered, must guide thee still. And thou must still enjoy the share assigned thee by our father's care. So I, till twice 7 years are spent, will roam this wood in banishment, contented with the lot which he, my high-souled sire, has given me. The just the monarch gave and deared to all mankind, by all revered, peer of the Lord supreme, far better, richer far in gain, of every blessing than to reign over all the worlds I deem. Canto 102. Bharat's Tidings. He spoke, and Bharat thus replied, If, false to every claim beside, I never in kingly duties fail, what will my royal life avail? Still, should the custom be observed, from which our line has never swerved, which to the younger son never gives the kingdom while the elder lives. Now to Ayodhya rich and fair, with me, O Raghu's son, repair, and to protect and gladden all our house, thyself as king install. A king the world's opinion deems, a man to me a god he seems, whose life in virtuous thoughts and deeds the lives of other men exceeds. When I in distant Caicua stayed, and thou hast sought the forest shade, our father died, the saints' delight, so constant in each holy rite. Scarce with thy wife and Lakshman thou hadst journeyed forth to keep the vow, when mourning for his son forspent, to heavenly rest the monarch went. Then up, O Lord of man, away, his funeral rites of water pay. I and Satrughna, ere we came, neglected not the sacred claim, but in the spirit world they say that gift alone is fresh for I, which best beloved hands have poured, and thou his dearest art, my lord. For thee he longed, for thee he grieved, his every thought on thee was bent, and crushed by war of thee bereaved, he thought of thee as hence he went. End of Cantos 100, 101, and 102. Cantos 103 to 105 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, Translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 103. The Funeral Libation. When Rama heard from Bharat each dark sorrow of his mournful speech, and tidings of his father dead, his spirits fell, his senses fled. For the sad words his brother spoke struck on him like a thunder-stroke, fierce as the bolt which Indra throws, the victor of his Daitya foes. Raising his arms in anguish, he, as when the woodman hews a tree, with its fair flowery branches crowned, fainted and fell upon the ground. Lord of the earth to earth he sank, helpless, as when a towering bank with sudden ruin buries deep an elephant who lay asleep. Then swift his wife and brothers flew, and water, weeping, over him threw. As slowly sense and strength he gained, fast from his eyes the tears he rained. And then in accents sad and weak, Kakutsta's son began to speak, and mourning for the monarch dead, with righteous words to Bharat said, "What calls me home when he, alas, has gone the way which all must pass? Of him, the best of kings bereft, what guardian has Ayodhya left? How may I please his spirit? How delight the high-souled monarch now, who wept for me and went above, by me ungraced with morning love? Ah, happy brothers, you have paid due offerings to his parting shade. Even when my banishment is over, back to my home I go no more, to look upon the widowed state, reft of a king disconsolate. Even then, O tamer of the foe, if to Ayodhya's town I go, who will direct me as of old, now other walls our father hold? From whom, my brother, shall I hear those words which ever charmed mine ear, and filled my bosom with delight, whenever he saw me act aright?" Thus Rama spoke, then nearer came, and looking on his moon-bright dame, "Sita, the king is gone," he said, "and Lakshman, know thy sire is dead, and with the gods on high enrolled, this mournful news has Bharat told." He spoke, the noble youths with sighs rained down the torrents from their eyes, and then the brothers of the chief, with words of comfort, soothed his grief. Now to the king our sire, who swayed the earth, be due libations paid. Soon as the monarch's fate she knew, sharp pangs of grief smote Sita true, nor could she look upon her lord with eyes from which the torrents poured. And Rama strove with tender care to soothe the weeping dame's despair, and then with piercing word distressed, the mournful Lakshman thus addressed: "Brother, I pray thee bring for me the pressed fruit of the inguri, and a bark mantle fresh and new, that I may pay this offering due. First of the tree shall Sita go, next thou and I the last, for so moves the funeral pomp of war." Sumantra of the noble mind, gentle and modest, meek and kind, who, follower of each princely youth, to Rama clung with constant truth, now with royal brother's aid, the grief of Rama soothed and stayed, and lent his arm his lord to guide, down to the river's holy side. That lovely stream the heroes found, with oaths that ever blossomed crowned, and there in bitter sorrow bent their footsteps down the fair descent. Then where the stream that swiftly flowed a pure pellucid shallow showed, the funeral drops they duly shed, and, "Father, this be thine," they said. But he, the Lord who ruled the land, filled from the stream his hallowed hand, and turning to the southern side, stretched out his arm and weeping cried, "This sacred water, clear and pure, an offering which shall I and dear to thee, O Lord of kings, I give, accept it where the spirits live." Then, when the solemn rite was over, came Rama to the river shore, and offered, with his brother's aid, fresh tribute to his father's shade. With jujube fruit he mixed the seed of inguris from moisture freed, and placed it on a spot overspread with sacred grass, and weeping said, "Enjoy, great king, the cake which we, thy children eat and offer thee. For never do blessed gods refuse to share the food which mortals use. Then Rama turned him to retrace the path that brought him to the place, and up the mountain's pleasant side, where lovely lawns lay fair, he hied. Soon as his cottage door he gained, his brothers to his breast he strained. From them and Sita in their wars, so loud the cry of weeping rose, that like the roar of lions round the mountain rolled the echoing sound, and Bharat's army shook with fear, the weeping of the chiefs to hear. Bharat, the soldiers cried, it is plain, his brother Rama meets again. And with these cries that round us ring, they sorrow for their sire the king. Then, leaving car and wain behind, one eager thought in every mind, swift toward the weeping every man, as each could find a passage, ran. Some did abandon their eager cause, with car and elephant and horse, and youthful captains on their feet, with longing sped their lord to meet. As though the new-come prince had been an exile for long years unseen, art beaten in their frantic jail by clattering hoof and rumbling wheel, sent forth a deafening noise as loud as heaven when black with many a cloud. Then with their consorts gathered near, wild elephants in sudden fear rushed to a distant wood and shed an order round them as they fled. And every sylvan thing that dwelt within those shades the terror felt, deer, lion, tiger, boar and roar, bison, wild cow and buffalo. And when the tumult wild they heard, with trembling pinions flew each bird, from tree, from thicket and from lake, swan, quail, curlew, crane and drake. With men the ground was overspread, with startled birds the sky overhead. Then on his sacrificial ground the sinless, glorious chief was found, loading with curses deep and loud, the humpback and the queen, the crowd, whose cheeks were wet, whose eyes were dim, in fond affection ran to him. While the big tears their eyes bedewed, he looked upon the multitude, and then, as sire and mother do, his arms about his loved ones threw. Some to his feet with reverence pressed, some in his arms he strained, each friend with kindly words addressed, due share of honor gained. Then, by their mighty war overcome, the weeping heroes' cry filled like the roar of many a drum, hill, cavern, earth and sky. Canto 104. The Meeting with the Queens. Vasistha, with his soul athirst, to look again on Rama first, in line the royal widows placed, and then the way behind them traced. The ladies moving, faint and slow, saw the fair stream before them flow, and by the bank their steps were led, which the two brothers visited. Kaushalya, with her faded cheek and weeping eyes, began to speak, and thus in mournful tones addressed the Queen Sumitra and the rest. See, in the wood the banks descend, which the two orphan youths frequent, whose noble spirits never fall, the wars surround them reft of all. Thy son with love that never tires draws water hence which mine requires. This day for lowly toil unfit, his pious task thy son should quit. As on the long-eyed lady straight, on holy grass, whose points were laid, directed to the southern sky, the funeral offering made her eye. When Rama's humble gift she spied, thus to the queens Kaushalya cried, the gift of Rama's hand behold, his tribute to the king high-souled, offered to him as text require, lord of Ikshaku's line, his sire. Not such I deem the funeral food of kings with godlike might endued. Can he who knew all pleasures, he who ruled the earth from sea to sea, the mighty lord of monarchs, feed on injuries extracted seed? In all the world there cannot be a war I win more sad to see, than that my glorious son should make his funeral gift of such a cake. The ancient text I oft have heard, this day is true in every word, never do the blessed gods refuse to eat the food their children use. The ladies suited the weeping dame, to Rama's hermitage they came, and there the hero met their eyes, like a god fallen from the skies. Him joyless, reft of all, they viewed, and tears their mournful eyes bedewed. The truthful hero left his seat, and clasped the lady's lotus feet. And they with soft hands brushed away the dust that on his shoulders lay. Then Lakshman, when he saw each queen, with weeping eyes and troubled mien, near to the royal ladies drew, and paid them gentle reverence too. He, Dasarath's offspring, signed the heir of bliss by fortune kind, received from every dame no less each mark of love and tenderness. And Sita came and bent before the widows, while her eyes ran over, and pressed their feet with many a tear, they when they saw the lady dear. Pale, worn-out, dwelling in the wild, embraced her as a darling child. Daughter of a royal Janak, bride of Dasarath's son, they cried, how couldst thou, offspring of a king, endure this war and suffering in the wild forest, when I trace each sign of trouble on thy face? That lotus which the sun has dried, that lily by the tempest tried, that gold whereon the dust is spread, that moon whence all the light is fled, sorrow assails my heart, alas, as fire consumes the wood and grass. Then Rama, as she spoke distressed, the feet of Saint Vasistha pressed, touched them with reverential love, then near him took his seat. Thus Indra clasps in realms above the heavenly teacher's feet. Then with each counsellor and peer, Bharat of duteous mind, with citizens and captains near, sat humbly down behind. One with his hands to him upraised, in devotee's attire, Bharat upon his brother gazed, whose glory shone like fire. As when the pure Mahendra bends to the great Lord of life, among his noble crowd of friends this anxious thought was rife. What words to Raghu's son today will royal Bharat speak, whose heart has been so prompt to pay obeisance fond and meek? Then steadfast Rama, Lakshman wise, Bharat for truth renowned, shone like three fires that heavenward rise with holy priests around. Canto 105. Rama's Speech. A while they sat, its lip compressed, then Bharat thus his chief addressed. My mother here was made content, to me was given the government. This now, my lord, I yield to thee, enjoy it, from all trouble free. Like a great bridge of floods have rent, impetuous in their wild descent, all other hands but thine in vain would strive the burden to maintain. In vain the ass with steeds would vie, with Tarkasia birds that wings the sky. So, Lord of man, my power is slight to rival thine imperial might. Great joys his happy days attend, on whom the hopes of man depend. But wretched is the life he leads, who still the aid of others needs. And if the seed a man has sown, with care and kindly nurture grown, rear its huge trunk and spring in time, too bulky for a dwarf to climb, yet with perpetual blossom gay, no fruit upon the boughs display, never can that tree, thus nursed in vain, approval of the virtuous gain. The simile is meant to be applied, O mighty armed, to thee, because, our Lord and Leader, thou protectest not thy people now. O be the longing wish fulfilled of every chief of house and guild, to see again their sun-bright Lord, victorious to his realm restored. As thou returnest through the crowd, let roars of elephants be loud, and each fair woman lift her voice, and in her new-found king rejoice. The people all with longing moved, the words that Bharat spoke approved, and crowding near to Rama pressed, the hero with the same request. The steadfast Rama, when he viewed his glorious brother's mournful mood, with each ambitious heart controlled, thus the lamenting prince consoled. I cannot do the things I will, for Rama is but a mortal still. Fate with supreme resistless love This way and that its slave will draw. All gathered heaps must waste away, all lofty law and powers decay. Death is the end of life, and all, now firmly joined, apart must fall. One fear the ripened fruit must know, to fall upon the earth below. So every man who draws his breath must fear inevitable death. The pillared mansion, high, compact, must fall by time's strong hand attacked. So mortal man, the gradual prey of old and ruthless death, decay. The night that flies no more returns, Yamuna for the ocean yearns. Swifter impetuous waters flee, but roll not backward from the sea. The days and nights pass swiftly by, and steal our moments as they fly, even as the sun's unpitying rays drink up the floods in summer blaze. Then for thyself lament and leave, for that of other man to grieve, for if thou go or if thou stay, thy life is shorter day by day. That travels with us, that attends our steps until our journey ends. That, when the traveller wins the goal, returns with the returning soul. The flowing hair grows white and thin, and wrinkles mark the altered skin. The ills of age man's strength assail. Ah, what can mortal power avail? Man joy to see the sun arise. They watch him set with joyful eyes, but never reflect, too blind to see how fast their own brief moments flee. O its lovely change, for ever new, the season's sweet return they view, nor think, with heedless hearts the while, that life's decay as seasons smile. As happily on the boundless main, meet drifting larks and part again, so wives and children, friends and gold, ours for a little time we hold. Soon by resistless laws of fate, to meet no more we separate. In all this changing world not one, the common lot of all can shun. Then why with useless tears deplore the dead whom tears can bring no more? As one might stand upon the way, and to a troop of travellers say, if ye allow it, sirs, I too will travel on the road with you. So why should mortal man lament, when on that path his feet are bent, which all men living needs must tread, where sire and ancestors have led? Life flies as torrents downward fall, speeding away without recall, so virtue should our thoughts engage, for bliss is mortal's heritage. By ceaseless care and honest zeal, for servants and for people's weal, by gifts, by duty nobly done, our glorious sire the skies has won. Our Lord the King, over earth who reigned, a blissful home in heaven has gained. By wealth in ample largesse spent, and many a right magnificent, with constant joy from first to last, a long and noble life he passed. Praised by the good, no tears should dim our eyes, O brother dear, for him. His human body, worn and tried by length of days, he cast aside, and gained a godlike bliss to stray in Brahma's heavenly home for aye. For such the wise as we are, deep in Veda lore, should never weep. Those who are firm and ever wise spurn vain lament and idle sighs. Be self-possessed, thy grief restrain, go in that city dwell again. Return, O best of man, and be obedient to our sire's decree, while I with every care fulfill our holy father's righteous will, observing in the lonely wood his charge approved by all the good. Thus Rama of the lofty mind to Bharat spoke his righteous speech, by every argument designed obedience to his sire to teach. End of Cantos 103, 104 and 105. Cantos 106 to 108 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 106, Bharat's Speech. Good Bharat, by the river side, to virtuous Rama's speech replied, and thus with varied law addressed, the prince, while nobles round him pressed. In all this world, whomever can we find equal, scourge of foes, to thee? No ill upon thy bosom weighs, no thoughts of joy thy spirit raise. Approved art thou of sages old, to whom thy doubts are ever told. Alike in death and life, to thee, the same to be and not to be. The man who such a soul can gain can never be crushed by war or pain. Pure as the gods, high-minded, wise, concealed from thee no secret lies. Such glorious gifts are all thine own, and birth and death to thee are known. That ill can never thy soul depress with all subduing bitterness. O let my prayer, dear brother, win thy pardon for my mother's sin, wrought for my sake who willed it not, when absent in a distant spot. Duty alone with binding chains, the vengeance due to crime restrains. Or on the sinner I should lift my hand in retribution swift. Can I, who know the right and spring from Dasarat's purest king, can I commit a heinous crime, abhorred by all through endless time? The aged king I dare not blame, who died so rich in holy fame, my honored sire, my parted lord, even as a present God adored. Yet who in law of duty skilled, so foul a crime has ever willed, and dared defy both gain and right, to gratify a woman's spite? When death draws near, so people say, the sense of creatures dies away, and he has proved the ancient Tsar by acting thus in spite of law. But O my honored lord, be kind, dismiss the trespass from thy mind. The sin the king committed, led by haste his consort's wrath and dread. For he who veils his sire's offence with tender care and reverence, his sons approved by all shall live. Not so their fate who never forgive. Be thou, my lord, the noble son, and the vile deed my sire has done, abhorred by all the virtuous, never resent, lest thou the guilt too share. Preserve us, for on thee we call, our sire, Kaike, me and all, thy citizens, thy kith and kin. Preserve us, and reverse the sin. To live in oaths a devotee can scarce with royal tasks agree, nor can the hermit's matted hair sweet fiddly with a ruler's care. Do not, my brother, do not steal, pursue this life that sweets thee ill. Meet duties of a king we count, his consecration paramount, that he with ready heart and hand may keep his people and his land. What warrior born to royal sway from certain good would turn away a doubtful duty to pursue that mocks him with the distant view? Thou wouldst to duty cleave and gain the meed that follows toil and pain. In thy great task no labour spare, rule the forecasts with justest care. Meet all the four, the wise prefer the order of the householder. Canst thou, whose thoughts to duty cleave, the best of all the orders leave? My better thou in law divine, my birth, my sense must yield to thine, while thou, my lord, art here to reign. How shall my hands thy rule maintain? O faithful lover of the right, take with thy friends thy royal might, let thy sire's realm from trouble free, obey her rightful king in thee. Here let the priests and lords of state our monarch duly consecrate, with prayer and holy verses blessed by Saint Basista and the rest. Anointed king by us again, seek fair Ayodhya there to reign, and like imperial Indra god, by gods of storm thy might assert. From the three depths acquaintance on, and with thy wrath the wicked burn, over all of us thy rule extend, and cheer with boons each faithful friend. Let thine enthronement, Lord, this day make all thy lovers glad and gay, and let all those who hate thee flee to the ten winds for fear of thee. Dear Lord, my mother's words of hate with thy sweet virtues expiate, and from the stain of folly clear the father whom we both revere. Brother, to me compassion show, I pray thee, with my head bent low, and to these friends who on thee call, as the great Father pities all. But if my tears and prayers be vain, and thou in oaths wilt still remain, I will with thee my path pursue, and make my home in forests too. Thus Bharat strove to bend his will, with suppliant head, but he, Earth's Lord, inexorable still, would keep his sire's decree. The firmness of the noble chief, the wondering people moved, and rapture mingling with their grief, all wept and all approved. How firm his steadfast will, they cried, who keeps his promise does. Ah, to Ayodhya's town, they sighed, he comes not back with us. The holy priest, the swains who tilled the earth, the sons of trade, and even the mournful queens were filled with joy as Bharat prayed, and bent their heads, then weeping still, a while his prayer to aid. Canto 107. Rama's Speech. Thus by his friends encompassed round, he spoke, and Rama, far renowned, to his dear brother thus replied, whom holy rites had purified. O thou, whom Queen Kaikeyi bare, the best of kings, thy words are fair. Our royal father, one of yore, he wed her, to her father swore, the best of kingdoms to confer, a noble dowry meet for her. Then grateful, on the deadly day, of heavenly gods and demons fray, a future boon on her bestowed, to whose sweet care his life he owed. She to his mind that promise brought, and then the best of kings besought, to bid me to the forest flee, and give the rule, O prince, to thee. Thus bound by oath, the king, our lord, gave her those boons of free accord, and bade me, O thou chief of men, live in the woods 4 years and 10. I to this lonely wood have hied, with faithful Lakshman by my side, and Sita, by no tears deterred, resolved to keep my father's word. And thou, my noble brother, too, shouldst keep our father's promise true, anointed ruler of the state, maintain his word inviolate. From his great debt, dear brother, free our lord the king for love of me. Thy mother's breast with joy inspire, and from all war preserve thy sire. It is said, near Gaya's holy town, Gaya, great saint of high renown, this text recited when he paid due rites to each ancestral shade. A son is born, his sire to free from Pot's infernal pains, hence savior of his father he the name of Putra gains. Thus numerous sons are sought by prayer, in scripture trained with graces fair, that of the number one some day may funeral rites at Gaya pay. The mighty saints, who lived of old, this holy doctrine ever hold. Then best of men, our sire release from pains of hell, and give him peace. Now Bharat, to Ayodhya speed, the brave Shatrugna with thee lead. Take with thee all the twice-born men, and please its lord and citizen. I now, O king, without delay, to Dandak Ud will bend my way, and Lakshman and the Maital dame will follow still, our path the same. Now Bharat, lord of man be thou, and over Ayodhya reign. The sylvan world to me shall bow, king of the wild domain. Here let thy joyful steps be bent to that fair town today, and I, as happy and content, to Dandak Ud will stray. The white umbrella over thy brow its cooling shade shall throw. I to the shadow of the bough and leafy trees will go. Shatrugna, for wise plans renowned, shall still on thee attend, and Lakshman, ever faithful found, be my familiar friend. Let us, his sons, O brother dear, the path of right pursue, and keep the king we all revere, still to his promise true. Canto 108. Javali's Speech. Thus Rama soothed his brother's grief. Then virtuous Javali, chief of twice-born sages, thus replied, in words that virtue's law defied. Hail, Raghu's princely son, dismiss a heart so weak and vain as this. Canst thou, with lofty heart and doubt, think with the dull ignoble crowd? For what are ties of kindred? Can one profit by a brother man? Alone the babe first opes his eyes, and all alone at last he dies. The man, I win, has little sense, who looks with fullest reverence on father's or on mother's name, in others none a right may claim. Even as man may leave his house, and to a distant village roam, then from his lodging turn away, and journey on the following day. Such brief position mortals hold, in sire and mother, house and gold, and never will the good and wise the brief uncertain lodging prize. Nor, best of man, shouldst thou disown thy sire's hereditary throne, and tread the rough and stony ground, where hardship, danger, wars abound. Come, let Ayodhya rich and bright see thee enthroned with every right. Her tresses bound in single braid, she waits thy coming long delayed. O come, thou royal prince, and share the kingly joys that wait thee there, and live in bliss transcending price, as Indra lives in paradise. The parted king is not to thee, nor right in living man has he. The king is one, thou prince of man, another art, be counselled then. Thy royal sire, O chief, has sped on the long path we all must tread. The common lot of all is this, and thou in vain art robbed of bliss. For those, and only those, I weep, who to the path of duty keep. For here they suffer ceaseless war, and dying to destruction go. With pious care, each solemn day, will man their funeral offerings pay. See how the useful food they waste. He who is dead no more can taste. If one is fed, his strength renewed, whenever his brother takes his food. Then offerings to the parted pay, scarce will they serve him on his way. By crafty knaves these rules were framed, and to enforce man's gifts proclaimed. Give, worship, lead a life austere, keep lustral rites, quiet pleasures here. There is no future life, be wise, and do, O prince, as I advise. Enjoy, my lord, the present bliss, and things unseen from thought dismiss. Let this advice thy bosom move, the counsel sage which all approve. To words honest prayer incline, and take the rule so justly thine. End of Cantos 106, 107 and 108. Cantos 109 to 111 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 109. The Praises of Truth. By sage Javali does it rest, Rama of truthful hearts the best, with perfect skill and wisdom high, does to his speech made feet reply. Thy words that tempt to bliss are fair, but virtue's garb they falsely wear. For he from duty's path who strays, to wander in forbidden ways, allured by doctrine false and vain, praise from the good can never gain. Their lives the true and boaster show, pure and impure, and high and low. Elsewhere no mark to judge between, stainless and stained, and high and mean. They, to whose lot fair signs may fall, were but as they who lack them all. And those, to virtuous thoughts inclined, were but as men of evil mind. If in the sacred name of right I do this wrong in duty's spite, the path of virtue meanly quit, and this polluting sin commit, what man who marks the bounds between virtue and vice with insight keen, would rank me high in after time, stained with this soul-destroying crime? Whither could I, the sinner, turn, how hope a seat in heaven to earn? If I my plighted promise break, and thus the righteous path forsake, this world of ours is ever led to walk the ways which others tread, and as their princes they behold, the subjects too their lives will mould. That truth and mercy still must be beloved of kings is heaven's decree. Upheld by truth the monarch reigns, and truth the very world sustains. Truth evermore has been the love of holy saints and gods above, and he whose lips are truthful here wins after death the highest sphere. As from a serpent's deadly tooth, we shrink from him who scorns the truth. For holy truth is root and spring of justice and each holy thing, a might that every power transcends, linked to high bliss that never ends. Truth is all virtue's surest base, supreme in word and first in place. Oblations, gifts man offer here, vows, sacrifice and rites austere, and holy writ on truth depend, so man must still that truth defend. Truth, only truth protects the land, by truth unharmed our houses stand. Neglect of truth makes man distressed, and truth in highest heaven is blessed. Then how can I, rebellious, break commandments which my father spake? I ever true and faithful found, and by my word of honor bound. My father's bridge of truth shall stand, unharmed by my destructive hand. Not folly, ignorance, or greed, my darkened soul shall thus mislead. Have we not heard that God and shade turn from the hated offerings paid by him whose false and fickle mind no pledge can hold, no promise bind? Truth is all duty, as the soul, it quickens and supports the whole. The good respect this duty hence, its sacred claims I reverence. The warrior's duty I despise, that seeks the wrong in virtue's guise. Those claims I shrink from, which the base, cruel and covetous embrace. The heart conceives the guilty thought, then by the hand the sin is wrought, and with the pair is leagued the third, the tongue that speaks the lying word. Fortune and land and name and fame, to man's best care, have right and claim. The good will I to truth adhere, and its high laws must man revere. Base were the deed thy lips would teach, approved as best by subtle speech. Shall I my plighted promise break, that I these woods my home would make? Shall I, as were its words advise, my father's solemn charge despise? Firm stands the oath, which then before my father's face I soothly swore, which Queen Kaikeyi's anxious ear rejoiced with highest joy to hear. Still in the oath will I remain, with food prescribed my life sustain, and pleased with fruit and roots and flowers, ancestral shades and heavenly powers. Here every sense contented, still, heeding the bounds of good and ill, my settled course will I pursue, firm in my faith and ever true. Here in this wild and far retreat will I my noble task complete, and fire and wind and moon shall be partakers of its fruit with me. 100 offerings duly wrought, his rank over gods of Indrabad, and mighty saints their heaven secured, by torturing years on earth endured. That scoffing plea the hero spurned, and thus he spake once more, chiding the while his bosom turned Javali's impious law. Justice and courage never dismayed, pity for all distressed, truth, loving honor duly paid, to Brahman, god and guest. In these, the truth and virtuous, say, should lives of man be passed. They form the right and happy way, that leads to heaven at last. My father's thoughtless act I chide, that gave thee honored place, whose soul, from virtue turned aside, is faithless, dark and base. We rank the Buddhist with the thief, and all the impious crew, who share his sinful disbelief, and hate the right and true. Hence never should wise kings who seek to rule their people well, admit before their face to speak, to cast infidel. But twice-born man, in days gone by, of other sort than thou, have wrought good deeds, whose glories high are fresh among us now. This world they conquered, nor in vain, they strove to win the skies, the twice-born hands pure lives maintain, and fires of worship rise. Those who in virtue's path delight, and with the virtuous live, whose flames of holy zeal are bright, whose hands are swift to give. Who injure none, and good and mild, in every grace excel, whose lives by sin are undefiled, we love and honor well. Thus Rama spoke in righteous rage, Javali speech to chide, when thus again the virtuous sage in truthful words replied. The atheist's law I use no more, not mine his impious creed. His words and doctrine I abhor, assumed at time of need. Even as I rose to speak with thee, the fit occasion came that bade me use the atheist's plea to turn thee from thine aim. The atheist creed I disavow, unsay the words of sin, and use the faithful's language now, thy favor, Prince, to win. Canto 110. The Sons of Ikshaku. Then spake Vasistha, who perceived that Rama's soul was wrought and grieved. Well knows the sage Javali all the changes that the world befall, and but to lead thee to revoke thy purpose were the words he spoke. Lord of the world, now hear from me how first this world began to be. First water was, and naught beside, tree earth was formed that stretches wide, then with the gods from out the same, the self-existent Brahma came. Then Brahma, in a boar's disguise, bade from the deep this earth arise. Then with his sons of tranquil soul, he made the world and framed the whole. From subtlest ether Brahma rose, no end, no laws, no chains he knows. His son had he, Marichi styled, and Kashyap was Marichi's child. From him Vivasat sprang, from him Manu, whose fame shall never be dim. Manu, who life to mortals gave, begot Ikshaku good and brave. First of Ayodhya's kings was he, pride of our famous dynasty. From him the glorious Kukshi sprang, whose fame through all the regions rang. Rival of Kukshi's ancient fame, his Aya, the great Bikukshi came. His son was Vana, lord of might, his Anaranya, strong in fight. No famine marred his blissful reign, no drought destroyed the kindly grain. Amid the sons of virtue chief, his happy realm never held a thief. His son was Prithu, glorious name. From him the wise Trishanku came. Embodied to the skies he went, for love of truth preeminent. He left a son renowned afar, known by the name of Thunduma. His son succeeding bore the name of Vivanasha, dear to fame. He passed away, him followed Dan, his son Mandhata, king of man. His son was blessed in high emprise, Susanthi, fortunate and wise. Two noble sons had he, to wit, Dhruvasanthi and Prasanajit. Bharat was Dhruvasanthi's son, his glorious arm the conquest won. Against his son King Asit rose, in fierce array his royal foes. Hyhyas, Talajanga styled, and Sasivindus fierce and wild. Long time he strove, but forced to yield, fled from the kingdom and the field. The wives he left had both conceived, so is the ancient tale believed. One of our rival's hopes afraid, fell poison in the viands laid. It chanced that Chauvan, Vrigu's child, had wandered to the pathless wild, where proud Himalaya's lovely height detained him with a strange delight. Then came the other widowed queen, with lotus eyes and beauteous mien. longing a noble son to bear, and wooed the saint with earnest prayer. When thus Kalindi, fairest dame, with reverent supplication came, to her the holy sage replied, O royal lady, from thy side a glorious son shall spring ere long, righteous and true and brave and strong. He is scourge of foes and lofty souled, his ancient race shall still uphold. Then round the sage the lady went, and bade farewell most reverent. Back to her home she turned once more, and there her promised son she bore. Because her rival mixed a bane, to render her conception vain, and her unripened fruit destroy, Sagar she called her rescued boy. He, when he paid that solemn rite, filled the living creature with affright. Obedient to his high decree, his countless sons struck out the sea. Prince Asamaj was Sagar's child, but him with cruel sin defiled, unloaded with the people's hate, his father banished from the state. To Asamaj his consort bare, bright Ansuman his valiant heir. Ansuman's son, Dilipa famed, begat a son Bhagirath named. From him renowned Kakutstha came, thou bearest still the lineal name. Kakutstha's son was Raghu, thou art styled the son of Raghu now. From him came Purushadak bold, fierce hero of gigantic mould. Kalamasapada's name he bore, because his feet were spotted over. Sankan his son, to manhood grown, died sadly with his host overthrown. But ere he perished sprang from him Sudarsan, fair in face and limb. From beautiful Sudarsan came Prince Agnivarna, bright as flame. His son was Sigraha, for speed unmatched, and Maru was his seed. Prasusruka was Maru's child, his son was Ambarisha styled. Nahus was Ambarisha's heir, with hand to strike and heart to dare. His son was good Navag from Yut, renowned for piety and truth. From great Navag sprang children too, Aja and Subrat, pure and true. From Aja Dasarat came, whose virtuous life was free from blame. His eldest son art thou, his throne, O famous Rama, is thine own. Accept the sway so justly thine, and view the world with eyes benign. Forever in Ikshaku's race, the eldest takes his father's place, and while he lives no son beside, as Lord and King is sanctified. The rule by Raghu's children kept, thou must not spurn today, this realm of peerless wealth accept, and like thy father sway. Canto 111. Counsel to Bharat. Thus said Vasistha, and again to Rama spake in duteous train. All men the light of life who see, with high respect should look on tree. High honour never must be denied to father, mother, holy guide. First to their sires their birth they owe, now with maternal love they grow. Their holy guides fair knowledge teach, so man should love and honour each. Thy sire and thou have learned of me, the sacred guide of him and thee. And if my word thou wilt obey, thou still wilt keep the virtuous way. See, with the chiefs of every guild, and all thy friends this place is filled. All these, as duty bids, protect, so still the righteous path respect. O for thine aged mother feel, nor spurn the virtuous dame's appeal. Obey, O prince, thy mother dear, and still to virtue's path adhere. Yield thou to Bharat's fond request, with earnest supplication pressed, so wilt thou to thyself be true, and fate and duty still pursue. Thus by his saintly guide addressed, with pleas in sweetest tones expressed, the Lord of Man in turn replied, to wise Vasistha by his side. The fondest son's observance never repays the sire and mother's care. The constant love that food provides, and dress and every need besides. Their pleasant words still soft and mild, their nurture of the helpless child, The words which Dasaratha spake, my king and sire, I never will break. Then Bharat of the ample chest, the wise smṛti thus addressed, bring sacred grass, O charioteer, and strew it on the level here, for I will sit and watch his face, until I win my brother's grace. Like a robbed Brahmin will I lie, nor taste of food, nor turn my eye, in front of Rama's leafy cot, until he yield, will leave him not. When Bharat saw Sumantра's eye, looked up to Rama for reply. The prince himself in eager haste, the sacred grass in order placed. Him great and mighty Rama, best of royal saints, in turn addressed. What, Bharat, have I done, that thou beseechest me, a suppliant now? Thus stretched, to force redress for wrongs, to man a Brahman birth belongs. Not those upon whose kingly head the consecrating drops are shed. Up, Lord of man, arise and quit this fearful vow for thee unfit. Go, brother, seek Ayodhya's town, fair city of supreme renown. But Bharat, as his seat he took, cast all around an eager look. O people, join your prayers with mine, and so his stubborn heart incline. And all the people answered thus, full well is Rama known to us. Right is the word he speaks, and he is faithful to his sire's decree. Nor can we rashly venture now to turn him from his purposed vow. Then Rama spoke, O Bharat, heed thy virtuous friends, and mark their rede. Mark well what I and these advise, and duty view with clearer eyes. Thy hand on mine, O hero, place, touch water, and thy sin efface. Then Bharat rose, his hand he dipped, and purifying water seeped. Each citizen, he cried, give ear, attend, each counsellor and peer. My mother planned, by me untaught, to win the sway I never sought. Never Raghu's son could I despise, in duty's law supremely wise. Now if obedience to our sire this dwelling in the woods require, I, till the destined years be spent, will dwell alone in banishment. The virtuous Rama understood the faithful speech of Bharat heard, and thus the hero's feelings found due utterance as he gazed around. Still to my father's word I hold, whatever he bought or pledged or sold. Never shall his living promise be annulled by Bharat or by me. Not thus my task will I evade, my exile on another laid. Most wise was Queen Kaikeyi's rede, and just and good my father's deed. Dear Bharat's patient soul I know, how reverence due he loves to show. In him, high-souled and faithful found, must each auspicious grace abound. When from the woods I turn again, I with his aid shall nobly reign, with one so good of peerless worth, a glorious lord of happy earth. Her boon Kaikeyi sought and won, I, as my father swore, have done. And oh, do thou, my brother dear, the monarch's name from falsehood clear. End of Cantos 109, 110 and 111. Cantos 112 to 114 of Book 2 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 112. The Sandals. High wonder, mingled with delight, took the great sages at the sight, thrilling their breasts who came to view the meeting of the peerless two. The saints and sages, holy train, departed to their home again, and high each holy voice was raised, and thus the glorious brothers praised. High fate is his, the sire of two most virtuous souls, so brave and true. With wonder and with joy intense, our ears have heard their conference. Then the great sages, longing all to see the 10-necked tyrant fall, to Bharat, bravest of the brave, this salutary counsel gave. O thou of lofty lineage born, whom wisdom, conduct, fame adorn, thou for thy honoured father's sake shouldst Rama's righteous counsel take. All debts to Queen Kaikeyi paid, thy sire his home in heaven has made. So virtuous Rama we would see, from filial obligation free. Thus gave each royal sage advice, high saint and bard of paradise. Then quickly vanishing from the view, each to his proper home withdrew. Then Rama's face his rapture showed, and his full heart with joy overflowed, while, as the sages parted thence, he paid his humble reverence. Then Bharat shook in every limb, as suppliant does, he spake to him. The duty of a king respect, held by our race in high respect. And oh, thy gracious ear incline, to heed my mother's prayer and mine. The mighty realm to rule and guard, for me alone is task too hard. No power have I the love to gain, of noble citizen and swain. All those who know thee, warrior friend, on thee their eager glances bend. As labouring hinds, who till the plain, look fondly for the Lord of rain. O wisest prince, thy realm secure, and make its firm foundation sure. Kakutsta's son, thy mighty arm, can keep the nation free from harm. He spoke, and fell in sorrow drowned, at Rama's feet upon the ground. And there the hero soothed and sighed, and, "Hear me, Raghu's son," he cried. Then Rama raised him up and pressed his brother to his loving breast, and sweetly, as a wild swan cried, to Bharat dark and lotus-eyed. So just and true, thy generous soul, thy hand may well this art control, but many a sage his aid will lend, with counsellor and peer and friend. With these advice their counsel ask, and so perform thy arduous task. The moon his beauty may forego, the cold forsake the hills of snow, and ocean over his banks may sweep, but I my father's word will keep. Now, whether love of thee or greed, thy mother led to plan the deed, forth from thy breast the memory throw, and filial love and reverence show. Thus spake Kaushalya's son again, Bharat replied in humble strain, to him who matched the sun in might, and lovely as the young moon's light. Put, noble brother, I entreat, these sandals on thy blessed feet. These, Lord of man, with gold bedecked, the realm and people will protect. Then Rama, as his brother prayed, beneath his feet the sandals laid, and these with fond affection gave to Bharat's hand, the good and brave. Then Bharat bowed his reverent head, and thus again to Rama said, Through 14 seasons will I wear the hermit's dress and matted hair, with fruit and roots my life sustain, and still beyond the realm remain, longing for thee to come again. The rule and all affairs of state I to these shoes will delegate. And if, O tamer of thy foes, when 14 years have reached their close, I see thee not that day return, the kindled fire my frame shall burn. Then Rama to his bosom drew dear Bharat and Shatrugna too. Be never wroth, he cried, with her, Kaikeyi's guardian minister. This glory of Ikshaku's line is Sita's honest prayer and mine. He spoke, and as the big tears fell, to his dear brother bade farewell. Round Rama, Bharat, strong and bold, in humble reverence paced, when the bright sandals wrought with gold above his brows were placed. The royal elephant who led the glorious pomp he found, and on the monster's mighty head those sandals duly bound. Then noble Rama, born to swell the glories of his race, to all in order bade farewell, with love and tender grace. To brothers, counsellors, and peers, still firm in duty proved, firm as the Lord of snow uprears his mountains unremoved. No queen, for choking sobs and sighs, could say her last adieu. Then Rama bowed with flooded eyes, and to his cart withdrew. Canto 113. Bharat's Return. Bearing the sandals on his head, away triumphant Bharat sped, and clomb Satrughna by his side, the car wherein he wont to ride. Before the mighty army went, the lords for counsel eminent, Vasistha, Vamadev next, Javali pure with prayer and text. Then from the lovely river they turned eastward on their homeward way. With reverent steps from left to right they circled Chitrakota's height, and viewed his peaks on every side, with stains of 1,000 metals dyed. Then Bharat saw, not far away, where Bharadwaja's dwelling lay. And when the chieftain bold and sage had reached that holy hermitage, down from the car he sprang to greet the saint, and bowed before his feet. High rapture filled the hermit's breast, who thus the royal prince addressed. Say, Bharat, is thy duty done? Hast thou with Rama met, my son? The chief, whose soul to virtue clave, this answer to the hermit gave. I prayed him with our holy guide, but Raghu's son our prayer denied, and long besought by both of us, he answered Saint Vasistha thus. True to my vow I still will be, observant of my sire's decree. Till 14 years complete their course, that promise shall remain in force. The saint in highest wisdom taught these solemn words with wisdom fraught. To him in law of language learned, most eloquent himself returned. Obey my rede, let Bharat hold this pair of sandals decked with gold. They in Ayodhya shall ensure our welfare and our bliss secure. When Rama heard the royal priest, he rose, and looking to the east, consigned the sandals to my hand, that they for him might guard the land. Then from the high-souled chief's abode I turned upon my homeward road, dismissed by him, and now despair of sandals to Ayodhya bear. To him the hermit thus replied, by Bharat's tidings gratified. No marvel thoughts so just and true, thou best of all who right pursue, should dwell in thee, O Prince of Man, as waters gather in the glen. He is not dead, we mourn in vain, thy blessed father lives again, whose noble son we thus behold, like virtue's self in human mould. He ceased, before him Bharat fell, to clasp his feet and said farewell. His reverent steps around him bent, and onward to Ayodhya went. His host of followers stretching far, with many an elephant and car, wagon and steed and mighty train, traversed their homeward way again. Over holy Yamuna they sped, fair stream with waves engarlanded. And then once more the river's queen, the blessed Ganga's self was seen, then making over that flood his way, where crocodiles and monsters lay. The king to Sringaveda drew his host and royal retinue. His onward way he thence pursued, and soon renowned Ayodhya viewed. Then bound by war and sad of jeer, Bharat addressed the charioteer. Ah, see, Ayodhya dark and sad, her glory gone, once bright and glad, of joy and beauty reft forlorn, in silent grief she seems to mourn. Canto 114. Bharat's Departure. Deep, pleasant was the chariot's sound, as royal Bharat, far renowned, whirled by his mettled coursers fast, within Ayodhya city passed. There, dark and drear, was every home, where cats and owls had space to roam, as when the shades of midnight fall, with blackest gloom, and cover all. As Rohini, dear spouse of him whom Rahu hates, grows faint and dim, when, as she shines on high alone, the demon shade is over her throne. As bound by summer's heat aerial, scarce trickling from her parent hill, with dying fish in pools half dried, and fainting birds upon her side, as sacrificial flames arise, when holy oil their food supplies, But when no more the fire is fed, sink lustreless and cold and dead, like some brave host that filled the plain with harness rent and captains slain, when warrior elephants and steed mingled in wild confusion bleed, as when all spent her stalwart rocks from her base the loosened out, like a sad fallen star no more wearing the lovely light it wore. So mournful in her lost estate was that sad town disconsolate. Then Carbon Bharat, good and brave, thus spake to him the steeds who drave. Why are Ayodhya streets so mute? Where is the voice of lyre and lute? Why sounds not as of old today the music of the minstrel's lay? Where are the reeds they used to twine? Where are the blossoms and the wine? Where is the cool refreshing scent of sandal dust with aloe blent? The elephant's impatient roar, the din of cars I hear no more. No more the horse's pleasant neigh rings out to meet me on my way. Ayodhya's youth, since Rama's flight, have lost their relish for the light. Her men roam forth no more, nor care bright garlands round their necks to wear. All grieve for banished Rama, feast and revelry and song have ceased. Like a black night when floods pour down, so dark and gloomy is the town. When will he come to make them gay, like some auspicious holiday? When will my brother, like a cloud, at summer's close, make glad the crowd? Then through the streets the hero rode, and passed within his sire's abode, like some deserted lion's den, forsaken by the Lord of man. Then to the inner bowers he came, once happy home of many a dame, now gloomy, sad, and drear, dark as of old that sunless day, when wept the gods in wild dismay, there poured he many a tear. End of Cantos 112, 113, and 114. Cantos 115 to 117 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 115, Nandigram. Then, when the pious chief had seen, lodged in a home, its widowed queen, still with his burning grief oppressed, his holy guides he thus addressed. I go to Nandigram at due. This day, my lords, to all of you, I go, my load of grief to bear, reft of the son of Raghu dear. The king my sire, alas, is dead, and Rama to the forest fled. There will I wait till he, restored, shall rule the realm, its rightful lord. They heard the high-souled monarch's speech, and thus with ready answer each of those great lords their chief addressed, with Saint Vasistha and the rest. Good are the words which thou hast said, by brotherly affection led, like thine own self, a faithful friend, true to thy brother to the end. A heart like thine must all approve, which not from virtue's path can move. Soon as the words he loved to hear fell upon the Bharat's joyful ear, thus to the charioteer he spoke, My car with speed, Sumatra, yoke. Then Bharat, with delighted mien, obeisance paid to every queen, and with Shatrugna by his side, mounting the car, away he hied. With lords and priests in long array, the brothers hastened on their way, and a great pomp the Brahmans led, with Saint Vasistha at their head. Then every face was eastward bent, as on to Nandigram they went. Behind the army followed all, unsummoned by their leader's call, and steeds and elephants and men streamed forth with every citizen. As Bharat in his chariot rode, his heart with love fraternal glowed, and with the sandals on his head, to Nandigram he quickly sped. Within the town he swiftly pressed, alighted, and his guides addressed. To me in trust my brother's hand consigned the lordship of the land, when he, these gold-wrought sandals gave, as emblems to protect and save. Then Bharat bowed, and from his head the sacred pledge deposited, and thus to all the people cried, who ringed him round on every side, "Haste, for these sandals quickly bring the canopy that shades the king. Pay ye to them all reverence meet, as to my elder brother's feet. For they will right and law maintain, until King Rama come again. My brother, with a loving mind, these sandals to my jaws consigned. I, till he come, will guard with care the sacred trust for Raghu's heir. My watchful task will soon be done, the pledge restored to Raghu's son. Then shall I see, his wanderings over, these sandals on his feet once more. My brother, I shall meet at last, the burden from my shoulders cast, to Rama's hand the realm restore, and serve my elder as before." When Rama takes again this pair of sandals kept with pious care, and here his glorious reign begins, I shall be cleansed from all my sins. When the glad people's voices ring with welcome to the new-made king, joy will be mine fourfold as great, as if supreme I ruled the state. Thus humbly spoke in sad lament the chief in fame preeminent. Thus by his reverent lords obeyed, at Nandigram the kingdom swayed. With hermit's dress and matted hair, he dwelt with all his army there. The sandals of his brother's feet installed upon the royal seat, he all his powers to them referred, affairs of the state administered. In every care, in every task, when golden store was brought, he first, as though they read to ask, those royal sandals sought. Canto 116. The Hermit's Speech. When Bharat took his homeward road, still Rama in the wood abode, but soon he marked the fear and care that darkened all the hermits there. For all who dwelt before the hill were sad with dread of coming ill. Each holy brow was lined by thought, and Rama's side they often sought. With gathering frowns the prince they eyed, and then withdrew and talked aside. Then Raghu's son, with anxious breast, the leader of the saints addressed. "Cannot that I have done displease, O reverend sage, the devotees? Why are their loving looks, O say, thus sadly changed or turned away? Has Lakshman, through his want of heed, offended with unseemly deed? Or is the gentle Sita, she, who loved to honor you and me, is she the cause of this offense, failing in lowly reverence?" One sage, over whom, exceeding old, had many a year of penance rolled, trembling in every aged limb, thus for the rest replied to him: "How could we, O beloved, blame thy lofty-souled Vidyahan dame, who in the good of all delights, and more than all of anchorites? But yet through thee a numbing dread of fiends among our band has spread, obstructed by the demon's art, the trembling hermits talk apart. For Ravan's brother overbold, named Khara of gigantic mould, vexes with fury fierce and fell all those in Janastan who dwell. Resistless in his cruel deeds, on flesh of man the monster feeds, sinful and arrogant is he, and looks with special hate on thee. Since thou, beloved son, hast made thy home within this holy shade, the fiends have vexed with wilder rays the dwellers of the hermitage. In many a wild and dreadful form, around the trembling saints they swarm. With hideous shape and foul disguise, they terrify our holy eyes. They make our loathing souls endure insult and scorn and sights impure, and flocking round the altar stay, their holy rites we love to pay. In every spot throughout the grove, with evil thoughts the monsters rove, assailing with their secret might its unsuspecting anchorite. Ladle and dish away they fling, our fires with floods extinguishing, and when the sacred flame should burn, they trample on each water urn. Now when they see their sacred wood plagued by this impious brotherhood, the troubled saints away would roam, and seek in other shades a home. Hence will we fly, O Rama, ere the cruel fiends our bodies tear. Not far away a forest lies, rich in the roots and fruit we prize. To this will I and all repair, and join the holy hermits there. Be wise, and with us thither flee, before this Kara injure thee. Mighty art thou, O Rama, yet its day with peril is beset, if with thy consort by thy side, thou in this wood wilt still abide. He ceased. The words the hero spake, the hermit's purpose failed to break. To Raghu's son farewell he said, and blessed the chief and comforted. Then with the rest the holy sage departed from the hermitage. So from the wood the saints withdrew, and Rama, bidding all adieu, in lowly reverence bent, instructed by their friendly speech, blessed with the gracious love of each, to his pure home he went. Nor would the son of Raghu stray a moment from the grove away, from which the saints had fled, and many a hermit thither came, attracted by his saintly fame, and a pure life he led. Canto 117. Anasuya. But dwelling in that lonely spot, left by the hermits pleased him not. I met the faithful Bharat here, the townsman and my mother dear. The painful memory lingers yet, and stings me with a vain regret. And here is the host of Bharat camped, and many a courser here has stamped, and elephants with ponderous feet have trampled through the calm retreat. So forth to seek a home he hied, his spouse and Laxman by his side. He came to Atri's pure retreat, paid reverence to his holy feet, and from the saint such welcome won, as a fond father gives his son. The noble prince with joy unfeigned, as a dear guest he entertained, and cheered the glorious Lakshman too, and Sita with observance due. Then Anasuya, at the call of him who sought the good of all, his blameless venerable spouse, delighting in her holy vows, came from her chamber to his side. To her the virtuous hermit cried, "Receive, I pray, with friendly grace, this dame of my tell monarch's race." To Rama next he made known his wife, the devotee of saintliest life. 10,000 years this votaress bent, on sternest rites of penance spent. She, when the clouds withheld their rain, and drought 10 years consumed the plain, caused grateful roots and fruit to grow, and ordered Ganga here to flow. So from their cares the saints she freed, nor let these checks their rites impede. She wrought in heaven's behalf, and made 10 nights of one, the gods to aid. Let holy Anasuya be an honored mother, prince, to thee. Let thy Videhan spouse draw near to her whom all that live revere, stricken in years, whose loving mind is slow to wrath and ever kind. He ceased, and Rama gave assent, and said, with eyes on Sita bent, O princess, thou hast heard with me this counsel of the devotee. Now that her touch thy soul may bless, approach the saintly votaress. Come to the venerable dame, far known by Anasuya's name. The mighty things that she has done, high glory in the world have won. Thus spake the son of Raghu. She approached the saintly devotee, who with her white locks, old and frail, shook like a plantain in the gale. To that true spouse she bowed her head, and Lady, I am Sita, said, raised suppliant hands, and prayed her tell that all was prosperous and well. The aged matron, when she saw fair Sita true to duty's law, addressed her thus, High fate is thine, whose thoughts to virtue still incline. Thou, lady of the noble mind, hast kin and state and wealth resigned, to follow Rama, forced to tread where solitary oats are spread. Those women gain high spheres above, who steal unchanged their husband's love, whether they dwell in town or wood, whether their hearts be ill or good. The wicked, poor, or led away in love's forbidden paths to stray, the noble matron still will deem her lord a deity supreme. Regarding kin and friendship, I can see no better, holier tie, and every penance rite is dim beside the joy of serving him. But dark is this to her whose mind promptings of idle fancy blind, who led by evil thoughts away makes him who should command obey. Such women, O dear my tale dame, their virtue lose and honest fame, enslaved by sin and folly, led in these holy paths to tread. But they who good and true like thee, the present and the future see, like man by holy deeds will rise to mansions in the blissful skies. So keep thee pure from taint of sin, still to thy Lord be true, and fame and merit shalt thou win, to thy devotion due. End of Cantos 115, 116 and 117. Cantos 118 to 119 are Book 2 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 118, Anasuya's Gifts. Thus by the holy dame addressed, who banished envy from her breast, her lowly reverence Sita paid, and softly thus her answer made. No marvel, best of dames, thy speech the duties of a wife should teach. Yet I, O lady, also know due reverence to my lord to show, were he the meanest of the base, unhonored with a single grace. My husband still I never would leave, but firm through all to him would cleave. Still rather to a lord like mine, whose virtues high exalted shine, compassionate of lofty soul, with every sense in due control, true in his love of righteous mind, like a dear sire and mother kind. Even as he ever loves to treat Kausalya with observance meet, has his behavior ever been to every other honored queen. Nay, more as son-like reverence shows the noble Rama even to those on whom the king his father set his eyes one moment to forget. Deep in my heart the words are stowed, said by the mother of my lord, when from my home I turned away in the lone fearful woods to stray. The counsel of my mother deep impressed upon my soul I keep, when by the fire I took my stand, and Rama clasped in his my hand, and in my bosom cherished yet my friend's advice I never forget. Woman her holiest offering pays, when she her husband's will obeys. Good Savitri her lord obeyed, and highest saint in heaven was made, and for the self-same virtue thou hast heaven in thy possession now. And she with whom no dame could vie, now a bright goddess in the sky, sweet Rohini, the moon's dear queen, without her lord is never seen, and many a faithful wife beside, for her pure love is glorified. Thus Sita spake, soft rapture stole through Anasuya's saintly soul, kisses on Sita's head she pressed, and thus the Maital dame addressed. I by long rites and toils endured, rich store of merit have secured. From this my wealth will I bestow, a blessing ere I let thee go. So right and wise and true each word that from thy lips mine ears have heard. I love thee, be my pleasing task to grant the boon that thou shalt ask. Then Sita marvelled much, and while played over her lips a gentle smile. All has been done, O saint, she cried, and naught remains to wish beside. She spake, the lady's meek reply swelled Anusuya's rapture high. Sita, she said, my gift today thy sweet contentment shall repay. Accept this precious robe to wear, of heavenly fabric rich and rare. These gems thy limbs to ornament, this precious balsam sweet of scent. O my little dame, this gift of mine shall make thy limbs with beauty shine, and breathing over thy frame dispense its pure and lasting influence. This balsam on thy fair limbs spread, new radiance on thy Lord shall shed, as Lakshmi's beauty lends a grace to Vishnu's own celestial face. Then Sita took the gift the dame bestowed on her in friendship's name, the balsam, gems, and robe divine, the garlands wreathed of bloomy twine, then sat her down with reverence meet at saintly Anusuya's feet. The matron rich in rites and vows turned her to Rama's marital spouse, and questioned us in turn to hear a pleasant tale to charm her ear. Sita, it is said that Raghu's son, thy hand mid gathered sweetest won. I fain would hear thee, lady, tell the story as it all befell. Do thou repeat each thing that passed, reviewing all from first to last. Thus spake the dame to Sita, she, replying to the devotee, then, lady, thy attention lend, rehearse the story to the end. King Janak, just and brave and strong, who loves the right and hates the wrong, well skilled in what the law ordains, for warriors over Videha reigns. Guiding one morn the plough, his hand marked out for rights the sacred land, when as the ploughshare cleft the earth, child of the king I leapt to birth. Then as the ground he smoothed and cleared, he saw me all with dust besmeared, and on the new-found babe, amazed, the ruler of Videha gazed. In childless love the monarch pressed the welcome infant to his breast. My daughter, thus he cried, is she, and as his child he cared for me. Forth from the sky was heard overhead, as it were a human voice that said, Yea, even so, great king, this child henceforth thine own be justly styled. Videha's monarch, virtuous-souled, rejoiced over me with joy untold, delighting in his new-won prize, the darling of his heart and eyes. To his chief queen of saintly mind, the precious treasure he consigned, and by her side she saw me grow, nursed to the love which mothers know. Then as he saw the seasons fly, and knew my marriage time was nigh, my sire was vexed with care, as sad as one who mourns the wealth he had. Scorn on the monarch's sire must wait, from man of high and low estate, the virgin's father all despise, though Indra's peer who ruled the skies. More near he saw, and still more near, the scorn that filled his soul with fear, on troubles below ocean tossed, like one whose shattered bark is lost. My father, knowing how I came, no daughter of a mortal dame, in all the regions failed to see a bridegroom meet to match with me. Each way with anxious heart he scanned, and thus at length the monarch planned. The bride's selection will I hold, with every rite prescribed of old. It pleased King Barun to bestow quiver and shafts and heavenly bow upon my father's sire who reigned, when Daksha his great rite ordained. Where was the man might bend or lift, with utmost toil, that wondrous gift? Not even in dreams could mortal king strain the great bow or draw the string. Of this tremendous bow possessed, my truthful father thus addressed the lords of many region all assembled at the monarch's call. Whoever this bow can manage, he, the husband of my child, shall be. The sweetest viewed with hopeless eyes that wondrous bow of mountain size. Then to my sire they bade adieu, and all with humbled hearts withdrew. At length with Vishwamitra came, this son of Raghu, dear to fame, the royal sacrifice to view. Near to my father's home he drew, his brother Lakshman by his side, Rama in deeds heroic tried. My sire with honor entertained, the saint in law of duty trained, who does in turn address the king. Rama and Lakshman here who spring from royal Dasarath's long, to see thy bow so passing strong. Before the prince's eyes was laid that marvel as the Brahman prayed. One moment on the bow he gazed, quick to the notch the string he raised. Then in the wondering people's view, the cord with mighty force he drew. Then with an awful crash as loud as thunderbolts that cleave the cloud, the bow beneath the matchless strain of arms heroic snapped in twain. Thus giving purest water he, my sire, to Rama offered me. The prince the offered gift declined, till he should learn his father's mind. So horsemen swift Ayodhya sought, and back her aged monarch brought. Me then my sire to Rama gave, self-ruled, the bravest of the brave. And Urmila, the next to me, graced with all gifts most fair to see. My sire at Raghu's house allied, and gave her to be Lakshman's bride. Thus, from the princes of the land, Lord Rama won my maiden hand, and him exalted high above heroic chiefs I truly love. Canto 120. The Forest. When Anasuya, virtuous-souled, had heard the tale by Sita told, she kissed the lady's brow and laced her loving arms around her waist. With sweet-toned words, distinct and clear, thy pleasant tale has charmed mine ear. How the great king thy father held that maiden's choice unparalleled. But now the sun has sunk from sight, and left the world to holy night. Hark, how the leafy thickets sound, with gathering birds that twitter round. They sought their food by day, and all flock homeward when the shadows fall. See, here comes the hermit band, each with his pitcher in his hand. Fresh from the bat, their locks are wet, their coats of bark are dripping yet. Here saints their fires of worship tend, and curling wreaths of smoke ascend. Borne on the flames they mount above, dark as the brown wings of the dove. The distant trees, though well-nigh bare, gloom thickened by the evening air, and in the faint uncertain light shut the horizon from our sight. The beasts that prowl in darkness rove on every side about the grove, and the tame deer at ease reclined, their shelter near the altars find. The night over all the sky is spread with lunar stars and garlanded, and risen in his robes of light, the moon is beautifully bright. Now to thy Lord I bid thee go, thy pleasant tale has charmed me so. One thing alone I needs must pray, before me first thyself array. Here in thy heavenly raiment shine, and glad, dear love, these eyes of mine. Then like a heavenly goddess shone fair Sita with that raiment on. She bowed her to the matron's feet, then turned away her lord to meet. The hero prince with joy surveyed his Sita in her robes arrayed. As glorious to his arms she came, with love gifts of the saintly dame. She told him how the saint to show her fond affection would bestow that garland of celestial twine, those ornaments and robes divine. Then Rama's heart, nor Lakshman's less, was filled with pride and happiness, for honours high had Sita gained, which mortal dames have scarce obtained. There, honoured by each pious sage, who dwelt within the hermitage, beside his darling well content, that sacred night the hero spent. The princess, when the night had fled, farewell to all the hermits said, who gazed upon the distant shade, their lustral rites and offerings paid. The saints, who made their dwelling there, in words like these addressed the pair. O princess, monsters fierce and fell around that distant forest dwell. On blood from human veins they feed, and various forms assume at need. with savage beasts of fearful power, that human flesh and blood devour. Our holy saints they rend and tear, when met alone or unaware, and eat them in their cruel joy. These chase, O Rama, or destroy. By this one path our hermits go, to fetch the fruits that yonder grow. By this, O Prince, thy feet should stray, through pathless forests far away. Thus by the reverend saints addressed, and by their prayers auspicious, blessed, he left the holy crowd, his wife and brother by his side. Within the mighty wood he hid, so sinks the day god in his pride, beneath a bank of cloud. End of Cantos 119 and 120. End of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith.